Looks like we're live, Dave. And before you get us started with the introduction, I just want to take a minute and say happy Teacher Appreciation Week to all of our teachers in the house. Really happy to be here to kick this week off with you on a Monday. Not our usual day to meet, but as I believe it's Linda Darling Hammond said, teaching the profession that makes all others possible. And that always sticks with me, and I believe it to be true. So thank you, teachers. We appreciate you deeply. Dave, to you.
All right, then. Welcome, everybody. Here is your questions for the day. Who are you? Position in the district? How are you? Time constraints? Who's missing? Issues, elephants, expectations. And the question's a two-parter, and you're welcome to say no and no. But do you like your middle name? And the second part is, will you share it? And I'm going to start if Dorman's on. Is Dorman on? Not yet. All right, I'll come back to him. Nancy, I'm going to start with you.
Okay. I like my middle name. Don't know why I have it, but it's Nancy Ann. Very common back then.
Did you want to do the rest of the questions too?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
I threw her for a curve.
That's right. I'm Nancy Ann Leonard, former principal in District 12. I'm feeling fine. I don't have any time constraints. I don't have any issues or elephants. I think Dorman is still missing and the only one missing. And I expect to hear a lot of new information and hear some good language that's been written.
Thank you. Laura Leppy.
Hi, kids. I am Laura Leppy. I teach middle school math at Fulstrom, and I am doing very well today. I'm going to pan this way if you guys can see that. That is the actual beach. I'm currently in Sarasota, Florida. So thanks for letting me zoom on in. Yeah, you're welcome, Debs. So I'm doing well. I don't have technical time constraints, but I will have to switch to my phone when we leave this lovely place with the Wi-Fi. This is the first time my parents have gone out to eat in 13 months. So it's a pretty big deal. But I do have a middle name. I like it. It's not legally Memphis, but I got a concussion 1,000 years ago, and they wake you up in the middle of the night to ask you your middle name to make sure you're not dead. And that is what I gave as my middle name. So Memphis it is. And I think it's funny.
Thanks, Laura. Dave Lockley.
Afternoon, evening, whatever it is. My name is Dave Lockley. I have the honor and privilege of serving as the president of DTA. Doing well today. No time constraints, no issues or elephants. Expect to you get pretty far moving along. And I do have a middle name. I don't have an opinion about it though. And my middle name is Russell. So.
All right. Thanks, Dave. Marty. Marty here? Yeah. Yep. I see him there.
I think I'm here. Marty McCarthy, principal, Thornton Middle School. No time constraints, no issues or elephants. Expectation is to, because we're meeting twice this week, have twice as much fun. And my middle name is James. And I have really felt largely neutral about my middle name for most of my life. It seems to be just fine and doesn't cause any serious problems. But one of my nephews is now named James. My brother says it's because of my middle name. So that's nice if he's telling the truth.
Very good. Laura Mitchell.
Hi, I'm sorry that all of our teachers have to spend 2 nights during Teacher Appreciation Week, but guess you're stuck with us and hope you like us. I'm fine. I have no time constraints and no issues or elephants, and hope you have been. I actually have 2 middle names, my former middle name and my current middle name because if you're from the South, when you get married, your maiden name becomes your middle name typically, and you give up your middle name. But I really liked my middle name growing up, and you guys will really appreciate it because I used to tell everybody when they try to guess, it's a subject you take in school. You have a guess. It's English. So my name was Laura English Philpott. So now I'm Laura Philpott Mitchell. But now I like it just because it keeps me connected to my parents and my family, and it has lots of significance.
Sounds good. Laura, you're glitching quite a bit, so we got most of it, I think. Thank you. Kathy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll echo the Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Thank you for spending time with us today and Thursday. Couldn't remember if that was the other day. I am fine today. I have no time constraints, no issues or elephants. I'm on the school board. I do like my middle name. My middle name is Elizabeth, after my grandmother on my mom's side. But also, like Laura, I use my maiden name as my middle name on my signature because I was that person for a long time before I got married.
Very good. Thank you. Kristen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kristen Powers, principal at Riverdale Elementary. I'm doing really well today, and I have a small time constraint where I will be leaving for 10 to 15 minutes to join my daughter in a conference, and then I'll hop back on. No issues or elephants, and I would expect, like Marty, that we're going to have double the fun this week. I'm excited about that. And I am pretty neutral about my middle name, except it's Diane. And when I think of Kristen Diane, all I can hear is my mother calling me because I'm in trouble.
Ian, thanks, Kristen. Ian.
I'm Ian Savlich. I'm a language arts and language development teacher at North Glen Middle School. I'm doing well today, especially for a Monday. It's been good. No issues, elephants. High expectations, as always, for our group and the process here. My middle name is William, although I don't commonly use it. I don't have strong feelings about it either.
Thank you, Ian. Matt.
Hello, everybody. My name is Matt Schmidt. I am the principal at Pathways today, as far as I know. No issues, time constraints, elephants, those kind of things. I'm good to go, just fine today. We know who's missing and all of that good stuff. My middle name is Arthur. It's a family name. It's kind of old school. Yeah, I'm good with it. I actually don't understand middle names, though. It's always been kind of a fun statement I made to people. I'm like, the only reason maybe it was Kristen who just said, like, I remember as a kid, my mom, Matthew Arthur, meant things were going down for sure. And so I don't understand, though, actually having an extra name at all.
That's good. Mila.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Mila Shepard, Chief of Human Resources. Doing just fine this afternoon. I love a rainy afternoon in spring. Colorado natives always like the moisture. Anyway, no issues or elephants. Expectations that we're going to finish up with language tonight, people. So all that's left is compensation. But there's a lot of language between us and the money. So we're going to do it, though. I have a middle name. I've always been a little meh about it. I think it sounds a little Southern, which we're not. It's Mila Jean. And so I'm just really grateful that my mom did not name me after her mother, Gladys, which apparently was in contention for a while. So I'll take it. I'll take Mila Jean.
Thanks, Mila. Sandy.
Hi, Sandy Sorensen, science teacher at North Glen High School. I'm good. 3.5 weeks to go. Our seniors are done tomorrow, and they are excited. So, yay! I don't have any time constraints, issues, elephants, expectations. Let's check off at least one more thing. And I know we're gonna have great conversation. My middle name is Lynn, L-Y-N-N, and much like many people, I have no real opinion about it. It's just my middle name. But Kristen, you said what I was thinking, and then Matt said it. Sandy Lynn, you know, that was always bad news. I did something wrong.
Thanks, Sandy. Linda.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Walther. I'm a retired counselor and teacher from the district. I have no time constraints, no issues or elephants. My expectations is that we continue working to get this thing finished. My middle name is Joe. My mom's name is Joanne, so there's some connection there. And my daughter's middle name is Joe also.
Thanks, Linda. Allison.
Hi, I'm Allison Alter. I'm social studies teacher at Horizon High School. I am doing okay. Yes, seniors' last day is tomorrow. So right now I'm feeling a little bit like remind messaging is both a blessing and a curse, because some of those seniors who are like right there really trying to pass are asking me a lot of questions right now. So I'm going to tell them to wrap it up, hopefully. But I know they can do it. No issues or elephants, expectations. Yeah, get through all the language, and then hopefully we won't need that other meeting that we think we might need maybe, but I don't know. And then middle name, it's fine. When I was little, I thought I had two middle names. And so I was very disappointed actually when one of them was taken away from me. My older brother wanted me to be named Sandy after his favorite person in the whole world. So when they brought me home, he kept calling me Sandy, and they're like, that's not her name. You have to stop. So they gave me a second middle name. So it's Allison Lynn Alter, but they would call me Allison Lynn Sandy Alter. And I think I was like 16 when I got my driver's license, and Sandy wasn't on there, and they're like, that's not actually your middle name. So Lynn's fine. I liked Lynn. Sandy too was better.
Thanks, Allison. Teresa.
Hello, everyone. I'm Teresa Barajas, and I'm doing well. It's an exciting week, Teacher Appreciation Week. Cinco de Mayo is upon us, and my daughter's getting ready to graduate on Monday. Go Norse. I'm super excited. So yeah, no time constraints, no issues or elephants, expectations that we continue to do great work. And I, Allison, do have two middle names. My middle name is Veronica Victoria. So Teresa Veronica Victoria Barajas. And so my mom's middle name is Veronica. And so she wanted to add another name to that. So my daughter, her name's Veronique. It's French for Veronica, and her middle name's Victoria. So it's kind of something we're passing along.
Nice, thanks, Teresa. Shelley.
Good afternoon. I'm Shelley DeRock, and I teach third grade at Meridian Elementary. I have no issues or elephants. Expectations to dig right in today with another session this week. I'm sure we'll get a lot accomplished. I don't use my full first name, Michelle, very often. I go by the nickname Shelley. And more than that, my family and friends for a lifetime call me Shelley Rue, which is because my name is Renee. So a lot of family members kind of go by their middle name in my family, or by like a combination. My brother's name is Mark Joseph, and we call him Marky Joe. I'm not sure he'd appreciate that going out there. Pentagon maybe doesn't need to know that it goes by Marky Joe, but we kind of all have a middle name. So for the families that don't use theirs, I don't know, mine's a little opposite. My dad's name was Leo Michael, and he always went. It took a long time for us to even connect him as a Leo. So yeah, middle names are kind of a big deal in our family for whatever reason. My oldest brother, applied to the Air Force Academy and included a middle name, Patrick Allen, and got back a letter wanting to know why he changed his name, because unbeknownst to my parents, his middle name didn't get on his birth certificate. Officially, he could not be Patrick Allen. He had to just be Patrick D. Rock, which was sad for all of us. So yeah, middle names for whatever reason are a big deal in my family.
And Michelle, your sound is cutting in and out a little bit too. We heard it, but it's the ends of it was dropping off. Okay, Deborah.
So somebody techie would have to help me know how to improve that. If somebody can give me some advice, I'd be happy to make some corrections.
Thanks, Shelley. Deborah.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Blake. I teach special education at Arapahoe Ridge Elementary School. I am really envious of all of you that are saying you are well right now. I am knee deep in end of year initial evaluations and trying to get multitudes of paperwork done while still instructing and keeping my sanity, and somewhere in there, have a marriage and a life. But, this too shall pass. I do not have any time constraints, no issues or elephants. My expectations are we have a big agenda. Let's kick through it. I do like my middle name. I don't know where it came from. I know my first name, I was named after a great aunt, but I don't know where the middle name came from. It is Karen. I like the way they go together, Deborah, Karen. I just kind of like the way that flows. I wish I could say hearing it, or maybe I like it because my mother didn't put it together when I got in trouble. She just stopped talking to me. So silence was when I knew I was in deep trouble.
Thank you. Heather Espinoza.
Heather Espinoza. I teach second grade over at Woodglen. I've been better, but I am here this evening. I do have a small time constraint. I have to Uber sports pickup here around 6 o'clock, so I'll take you on the road. Expectations to do productive work tonight. No issues or elephants. My middle name is Marianne. Take it or leave it, but I have been trying to guess all of yours, and I haven't been correct once yet. So.
Bo.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bo Fobert. I have the pleasure of serving the district as the Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction. No issues, no elephants, no time constraints. Expectations are the same as always, which I know we will meet. No time constraints, if I didn't mention that one. So my middle name is Matthew. I like it, and here's why. Over the years, I have been really frustrated when giving my name for a wait list or an order or whatever, that I either get Bo, B-O, which drives me nuts because I'm not that Bo, or I get some weird iteration of nonsense vowels. One time I got boat at some place, heard me say boat. So lately I've been doing Matthew or Matt when I put my name on an order. Just recently, I tried to do curbside at an unnamed restaurant in Lafayette, and the woman came out to my car and said, "What's your name? What's the order for?" And I said, "Bo." She looked at the bag, said, "Nope," went back in. 2 minutes later, came back out with the same bag and said, "Here's your order." So who knows what that is? So I like Matthew because people can spell Matt or Matthew, and they struggle with a French version of Bo.
Thanks, Bo. Chris.
Hi, everybody. Chris Godowski, Superintendent. I'll join in others in expressing my appreciation for teachers and educators throughout our system. My best hope is that educators in our system feel appreciated day in and day out, and not just during this week, that we're not living the Valentine's Day nightmare where spouses only feel loved and appreciated on Valentine's Day and the rest of the year you're slogging through. I really hope that you feel appreciated, valued each and every day. We do our very best to show that and to support you in your very important work. So thank you all for what you do. In terms of how I'm doing today, it's been kind of a tough day for me. It's the 24th anniversary of my dad passing away. And that's a day that's just always heavy, even though it's 24 years now in the past. And then there's been some things going on during the course of the day that have made it more challenging than I had hoped. All that said, glad to be with you all tonight and look forward to getting language done as others have suggested. I'd feel great if we were able to make that happen tonight. No issues or elephants for me, no time constraints. And in terms of middle name, Dave, the legit answer is I don't like any of my 3 names. So I'll start with the last name first. I hope my mom's not watching and that nobody shares this with her. But Godowski is a tough name to grow up with those clashing consonants. You just read it every day when you were going to school, and the teacher would get to your thing and just got tongue-tied and stuck, knowing there's no way they're going to be able to figure out how to say that last name. So the last name, big challenge. I wish I could buy a vowel like on Wheel of Fortune and have something between the G and the D. That's tricky. Christopher, it just isn't as cool as lots of the boys' names that are part of this generation, things like Wyatt and Colton and Tanner, and there's probably a whole bunch of other names that are way cooler. And then the middle name is Edward. I don't know where my parents came up with that. It's just never done it for me. So I'd love to rename my entire being right now. Probably not feasible. Good to see you all.
Thanks, Chris. Heather Gracious.
Oh my God. Hi, Heather Gracious, Director of Elementary for Student Support Services. These are cracking me up. I'm great today. I have no time constraints, no issues or elephants, same expectations as everyone else. I know we'll get through all of this language and get to our favorite topic of compensation. My middle name is Robin with a Y, and I like it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I didn't get in trouble with it. I'm similar to Deb. My mom would just kind of stop talking, and that was really scarier than anything. But yeah, it's a decent name.
Thanks, Heather. Jim.
I'm Jim. I'm one of your facilitators today. Dorman has not had a chance to join us yet, I don't think. Don't have any issues or answers, or questions rather. I obviously don't have answers. My expectations are that we're going to get this done. Looks to me like it's doable. It's an aggressive agenda, but it is doable. I've been called so many things during my life. Some of my names had 3 words in them, some of them only 1, but my parents gave me a middle name of Russell. I don't recall anyone ever using it, even when my parents were mad at me. Sometimes they shortened it quite a bit. So I'm good with my name as it is. So thank you much for asking, David.
And I'm Dave. I'm your other facilitator. Doing good tonight. A little tired, but I'm hanging in there. No time constraints. Yes, Dorman is still missing. So remind me if you see him before I do. If he pops in, we'll have to check him in. And I have no issues or elephants. My expectations are just like always, just stay in the process and keep plugging along. I absolutely hate my middle name. My mom always called me by it when she was mad, usually from another room as I was running away from it. She would yell, David Richard, and then my brothers would all echo, Davy Dick, Davy Dick, Davy Dick. It drove me crazy. And so I have always wanted to change it. And then the worst part about it is when I was second grader in grade school, a kid by the name of Richard came to join the school there, and he picked on me constantly. We were constantly in a fight. So the name Richard does not fit me, and I'd love to change it. So thanks you all. Susie, I won't make you do the whole check-in, but we would like to hear about your middle name.
So my middle name is Elizabeth, like Kathy. And the only reason I don't like it is when I was little, I had 25 letters that I had to fill in on those Scantron forms.
I hear you. All right, Mila, I'm going to send it back to you to get us started.
Why don't you check Dorman in, who I'm just
Oh, did Dorman just come in?
Just came in, yeah.
Okay, Dorman. Who are you? Position in district? How are you? Time constraints, issues, elephants, or who's missing, expectations, and then do you have a middle name? What do you like your middle name? Geez, I blew it. Do you like your middle name? And whether you do or you don't, will you share it?
My name is Dorman Land, and I have a middle name.
I have no elephants. I expect us to do good work and maybe get some things TA tonight, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I'm no time constraints. Well, except for in front, the rain slowed down my ability to get to my computer. And yeah, my middle name is Wayne. My first name means the sleeper. Wayne means the wagon, and land means lord, like landlord or lord of the manor. So I'm the sleeping wagon landlord.
Very good. Thanks, Norman. All right, back to you, Mila. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Dorman. That's great. Okay. Hey, well, welcome to Susie. And we're going to start this evening. Chris and I just wanted her to do a little bit of a update. Chris gave us the full color commentary in Susie's absence. You may recall the last time we were together. And I think he's asked Susie to come back and just, make sure it was all to the good. Yeah, Chris, is that? So I'll turn it over to Susie. Do you have a document you want us to share, Susie, or?
Yeah, can I share? I can't share my screen.
You can either email it to me and I'll load it into our file and everybody looks at it that way, or you can present your screen, either way.
I'll present and then also email it to you, Mila, so that you've got it going forward. How about that? And has everybody seen the fiscal plan PowerPoint? Perfect.
We are,
okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so there we go. So my agenda for this evening, I'm going to hope to make it fairly painless. We'll go through where we think this current fiscal year 2021 is going to end up. Most of that has to do with federal funds. So we'll go through conversations about all these federal funds we received this year or we know about this year. We'll talk about what we know at this point for revenue estimates for next year. And then we will also talk a little bit about, I'll present some of the expense estimates that we have, kind of planned for next year as well. And at any point, jump in and stop me, ask questions, then I'll see what I can do to help out along the way. So as far as and I'm going to focus on the general fund when I'm talking about some of these fund balances, or talk about the fund balances and the revenue and things like that. But if anybody has any questions about any of our other funds, I'm more than happy to answer those questions as well. At this point, our revenue is still on track with our amended budget. And we still believe that we will have $63.6 million in ending fund balances. Now, a few weeks ago, I had done a budget update. That general fund ending fund balance was $63.6 million, but the three asterisk items were slightly different. Over the last couple weeks, we've gone through and had some conversations with outside legal counsel, as well as talking with some of our neighboring peer districts in regards to how we should be calculating our reserves and whether we should be including or excluding our mill levy override dollars. And depending, this is a forecast. We haven't had this full conversation with the board yet, but this would be where things could potentially land based off of the feedback and the information we received from legal counsel in the other districts. Previously, we had not included any of our mill levy override funds in our 3% reserve calculations, and all other districts except for Aurora are. And the feedback from outside legal counsel was they believe it is in the best interest for the district to change its Tabor calculation. And so what would happen is in this slide, that unassigned fund balance used to be $13.7 million. It went down and the increases went to the 3% Tabor and the 3% Board of Education contingency.
So that's just a forecast, but we'll be having more conversations. This will depend on a conversation with the board and their approval of our recommended changes.
And Susie, just for clarity, what's our total amount of overrides?
Of course, you asked that question.
Is it like ballpark close to 60 million?
Like 65 million.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's 3% of 65 million, which is like $1.9 million more in Tabor and $1.9 million more in the 3% discretionary kind of ballpark.
Correct.
Okay.
So moving on from that, in this fiscal year, the district either has received or has been given notice that will have been appropriated. So I shouldn't really use the word received, appropriated $80.6 million of one-time federal funds. And those range from the CRF that funded items that were from May of 2020 through December 30th of 2020. ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 2 supplemental. So those were some additional funds that were allocated to the district with the ESSER 2 funding that is specific to special education and Native American programs, and cannot use those funds for anything else besides special education and Native American programs. And then ESSER 3, which was the last funding that we received from the American Recovery Act, or were appropriated from the American Recovery Act. We actually just turned in last week our application for funds for the $32.8 million for ESSER 3, and are waiting for feedback from CDE on the approval of our budget for those dollars. So of that 80.6 million, we are estimating at the end of this fiscal year to have $38 million left. CRF was fully spent, and that was because at the time, the deadline that we were originally told was December 30th of 2020. When the next round of stimulus funds did come out, there was some more flexibility that was allotted to districts and municipalities, but that was only approved on like the day before, so we'd already spent those funds. We have until 2022 for ESSER 1. Those funds were allocated only to our Title I schools. And so those funds, the remaining $2 million, can only be spent on expenses in our Title I schools. ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 were both allocated to all students preschool to 12th grade, and respectively have until 23 and 24. On those supplemental funds, we will also have until September 30th of 2023 as well to spend those. And at this point, we anticipate all 400,000 of those supplemental funds to be available, as we're waiting for decisions in regards to from those programs as to how they would like to spend those funds. We do also have some potential for some additional federal funds. So with ESSER 3, there has also been conversations about supplemental special education funds. I don't know if this number is correct. Our estimate at this point is $1.4 million. We are waiting for a final reconciliation from CDE as to what our number would be, as well as any guidance on requirements for spending, as well as impacts on our maintenance of effort allocation or calculation.
Susie, can I interrupt you just a second? You have Sandy's hand up. Do you want to take questions after you're done, or do you want to take
No, I can answer at any point. I'm just not seeing anybody's hands. So
yeah, I've got Sandy's hand is up. So Sandy, go ahead.
Hi, Susie. Could you please go back to the previous slide? and clarify. I mean, I think I speak for a lot of teachers when I say that I get a little prickly when people talk about learning loss. But so what does that mean? Federally funding speaking, 6.6 million required to be spent on federally allowed expenses for learning loss.
And that is what the federal legislation states, is that you have got to use that dollar amount associated for learning loss. And I will tell you at this time, we do not have a good definition of what they consider that to be, nor do we have a specific at this point and final guidance on what those allowable expenses are.
So will there later likely be like an itemized list, or do you have any idea what will happen?
Yeah, we are waiting on guidance. We do believe there will be some itemized lists. Things that have been in general, I would say in general, had conversations at CDE has office hours every Thursday on all these federal funds. And some of the things that have been talked about is summer programs, additional time, extended learning time in school for next year for kids, potentially change in staff, some of those things like ratios as far as, you know, offering being able to offer different services to students, and adding in some support services. So no one has given a very specific list, and nobody will tell you what a true learning loss definition is. They're just, the federal government is stating we have a requirement to spend this amount of money specifically on that once we know.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Okay. So as soon as we get some better understanding on that ESSER 3 supplemental, I will start adding that information as well into our next year's budget. And then also as part of the American Rescue Plan was this Emergency Connectivity Fund, or ECF. I cannot provide any information at this point as to the amount we think that the district could potentially receive. It will be distributed through the federal E-rate program. The district does participate annually in E-rate funding, so we do have a plan and a process to get through the E-rate program. They have told us that the initial application will actually be for equipment and services that were purchased between July of 2020 and April of 2021. So items that we've already expended funds for, we should be able to get reimbursement through this funding. No idea when that application is opening up. Our E-rate consultant support is having a webinar on May 13th, and there's several members of the district's IT purchasing and accounting team that are attending that webinar so that we are up to speed on what we need to do, especially since it's a 45-day application window. That's pretty short. But we do know that it's going to be for things like broadband internet, hotspots, routers, modems, and laptops or tablets. And once we get some better understanding on that application, we have already actually started trying to create a list of all of these types of items that we have purchased that we believe will be eligible, so that we have some good ideas of what we can apply for when that window opens. So of the $80 million, and knowing that at the end of the year, we believe that only 38 million will be remaining in our fund balance. These I tried to detail out as best as possible from all of our different tracking spreadsheets by federal funding source, what we used our funds for. So in CRF, we spent all $29.2 million of it. the one thing I'm going to refer to first before I get into this list was in the CRF funds, what we initially spent 14.4 million on, and we talked about this at several different times throughout the budget and the planning process, was that 13th month payment to bring the certified contract forward 1 month. Also, as we noted, as we were having that conversation, and that was $14.4 million that we were able to allocate to CRF. At other times, we also noted that that was not truly any extra cash out the door. It was an accounting change in accrual timing. It was allowed to go to CRF, but really then what it did was it freed up 14.4 million in cash in the general fund to deal with other issues that came throughout the 2020 calendar year to offset. So that particular line item is not listed on here simply because there was not a cash outlay. These would all be items that we funded specifically because of changing in our actual revenue or expenses going out the door. Any questions on that one? I will try to explain it better, or if Chris has color commentary, I'm more than happy to also let him go through with that one, but I just wanted to make sure that we noted that's, I know we talked about it, and that's why it's not on this list. We had $14.8 million of technology purchases between March 2020 and December 30th of 2020. And there are also some consulting options. So the Family Help Desk is going to include both the technology as well as the additional consultants that were brought in to help run that Family Help Desk. Chromebooks, software licenses. This is going to include anywhere from the Florida virtual remote curriculum to some cybersecurity equipment and subscriptions, Proofpoint, GoGuardian, the G Suite as far as for Google. There is a long list, and if anybody wants to know the full list of technology subscriptions, I'm more than happy to share that information. We also had salary and benefits that were associated with additional staff and overtime that occurred in that 2020 calendar year. Some of the staff was also going to be for the learning pods, where we brought on and paid folks additional to help out with learning pods, as well as additional teachers that we brought in to make sure that we could meet both remote and in-person learning requirements. $3.2 million of PPE, lots of PPE. Because BASE had reduced fees, we needed to support that group, and so we used 2.3 million of CRF funds to cover some salaries, benefits, and supplies for BASE. The charter schools, of that total, they were allocated 1.8 million for their students. We also backfilled the adopted budget and just overall approved expenses by $1 million because our total revenue that came in from the School Finance Act was $1 million less because of our 415 fewer funded pupils than we had originally planned for. COVID signage, so any of the arrows on the floors, signs that we put up about washing hands, wearing masks, meal distribution supplies. So the additional supplies that were needed to do this extended meal delivery service in a remote setting, and putting through some of the buildings, we had some increased utility costs because of the change in ventilation and the cycles on our ventilation. So that was about 600,000. And then as employees were going out, if they had to be out due to quarantine, sick leave, there was a component, there were extra sick leave hours that were allotted to employees for that. And so we allocated about 400,000 of those costs to the CRF funds. So that gets us the entire 29.2 million. ESSER 1, which was allocated only to our title schools of poverty. So one thing to note is, remember, CRF we had to spend by December 30th of 2020. A lot of our subscriptions are annual subscriptions. Florida Virtual and those remote learning curriculum did not end at December 30th. And so the January to June portion of the subscription for the Title I schools, that's what that remote learning subscription and online curriculum would be, that $500,000. Additional staff hired specifically for our Title I schools to help support those students, not that would have been in CRF, but in that time period after. And also charters and non-public schools were allocated just about $100,000 of ESSER 1 funds to meet the needs of their students in poverty as well. ESSER 2, similar time frame than it was ESSER 1. The difference is that covers non-Title I schools because we were limited on the ESSER 1 funds. So we had hardware and software for simultaneous learning that was funded with ESSER 2. Charter school allocation on this, because it went to all students from preschool to 12th grade, the charter schools received $1.3 million. Additional staff that has been allocated to this was $1.3 million. More subscriptions. We also did hire some additional support staff, Betsy Miller, Kelly Fleck, and 8 health aides. That's the $700,000 there, and that would be starting again in January of 2021. Employee COVID sick leave. So things have continued on after we used up the CRF funds. We did have additional COVID sick leaves due to quarantines, and so that was allocated to ESSER 2 at $600,000. We purchased air purifiers for all of the buildings. We've run vaccine clinics on mostly Saturdays, several Saturdays, and that cost is $300,000. We've purchased additional hotspots and have already had to do some repairs to Chromebooks. So that was allocated to ESSER 2. And there was some unused additional vacation. There was some unused vacation accrual at the administrator level that we paid out $200,000 to get that off the books. And so that was the $8.9 million for ESSER 2 that's been spent. And to
on that piece, I was just going to add in that in terms of the vaccine clinics, we've got some work ongoing with the city of Thornton and its fire department to try to get reimbursement of the staffing and support costs for those vaccine clinics reimbursed through FEMA. So I think there's a good chance that will get zeroed out. It just isn't there right now.
And then because ESSER 3 is so new, we have not spent any funds. Like I mentioned, we just turned in our application. We're waiting for approval. We don't know all of the guidance and requirements on this one. And I also will note all of the ESSER funds are on a reimbursement basis. So even if we would have spent something, we've also got to wait and request reimbursement of all these funds from CDE. So knowing where we think we're ending 2021, 21-22. So right now on all of the revenue, what I'm going to let you know is school finance has still not been introduced. So all of these numbers that are on this slide are based on the governor's January 2021 updated budget request. The last meeting I was at on Friday, we were told they're hoping best case scenario is a draft of school finance would potentially come next week. At this point, also, we believe that the legislature will be in session somewhere until the last estimate I heard was June 10th. And school finance is the last thing they're doing. So I will also point out, as I'm doing all of this, we also actually have the proposed budget on the board agenda for May 19th. And so we're doing the best we can with the information we've got, but there's going to be a lot of changes, and there could even be changes, several changes between the proposed budget and the adopted budget that's required by the end of June. Because also at this point, like last year, nobody's made any attempt to change any of our statutory deadlines in regards to proposed and adopted budget timeframes. So we're just at the mercy of the legislature at this point. So inflation at 2%, budget stabilization factor, everything we've got at this point we believe it's being brought down back to the 572 million, which was the budget stabilization factor in the fiscal year 1920. There's been some conversations about potentially other options, and at this point I'm not doing any sort of modeling of any different budget stabilization factors. I'm leaving it at this because I have no reason to believe it won't be this. I don't have any information besides that. So we are estimating our per pupil revenue for next year for Adams 12 to go up to that 86.7549 with all of these assumptions. In the last budget update, I did mention that we believe internally, the Matt Schaefer, who does projections, that the district is a declining enrollment district still. And we do have a discrepancy with the numbers that are currently posted on CDE's website. They are using a projection from legislative council staff. And whereas legislative council is showing an increase of 210 funded pupils for the district, we're showing a decrease of 541 funded pupils compared to where we're currently at. So Ledge Council's 210 funded pupils is comparing to our October count of right now, and our projections is comparing to our October count of right now. So there is a significant difference compared to what the legislative council staff and what our projections are at this point. We knew this back in March. I was well aware that this issue came up when I started looking at CDE's financial runs and trying to reconcile my calculations to figure out where I thought our revenue was going to be. So what happens is, this is what we know at this point. Annually, the Legislative Council staff puts out a 12-question survey, and they ask us to provide feedback as to where, based off of our projections, where we believe the district's total enrollment is going to be. They don't ask on funded pupil count, they do ask on enrollment, which is a little bit of a difference. And Matt Schaefer and I work together, and we sit down together and complete this survey every year. And we know it's turned in. We get a response that we know it's been submitted. So Legislative Council has on, or CDE using their numbers, CDE on their website has a student funded pupil count. So after they receive enrollment from Ledge Council, they turn that into a funded pupil count number. And with CSI schools, they're showing over 42,000 funded pupils when they do their math, or an increase year over year of 210 funded pupils. Matt Schaefer does his projections based off of cohort survival and conversations with school principals, and looking at what, where the school's principals believe students are coming in, and based off of students we have currently, and looking at some of those historical cohort survivals. Again, we're showing a decline of 541 funded pupils. So we have a 750 funded pupil variance between our projections and CDE's calculations. And so Matt and I had a phone call meeting back on March 10th with that legislative council staff that does these projections. And we just flat out asked them how they got to their numbers. We needed them to explain their numbers to us. We needed to understand, because we needed internally, we wanted to reconcile from our projection model to their projection model. We did not get an answer that we could actually do that reconciliation. Quite honestly, a little bit similarly to the way Matt does things, he's fairly confident in his total district projections, whereas maybe by school, by grade, it's got a little bit more wiggle room. And the staff that does the statewide projections will told us that they're more confident in their statewide projection, and a lot less in the by district numbers. We are not the only district that has an issue with their forecasted numbers. Back on March 15th, Mark Carey, who is a legislative council employee that does these forecasts, sent out an email talking about, we know several of you have concerns about this, and he mentioned the survey. And when we asked them specifically about the survey, the answer we really got was they didn't use our survey data for next year to determine what they thought their projections were going to be. Mark also, because this has been an ongoing issue with multiple districts, Mark joined the Colorado School Finance Project meeting on April 23rd. And they're currently doing another survey of asking for feedback of how they can improve the process. But it was a fairly contentious meeting, whereas districts were stating, many districts were stating that, you know, we can't get to these numbers, and we're running into issues because the numbers you're showing are so significantly different from what we believe. And without better data from you, we're all having problems reconciling numbers. So it's the best I have at this point. It's not the one thing. Back on March 10th, I just flat out asked for them to make an adjustment in their numbers so that they actually used our survey results or survey responses to do our projections and adjust their projections, and they wouldn't do it. They've given that same answer to other districts. I know other districts have asked the same thing. So we're going to have this delta until we get to October count.
All right, Susie, are you done then? Are you ready for questions, or you have more?
Not some more, but I can take a question.
All right, I don't see any at this time. I was just curious. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going fast. I'll hurry it up. So with those estimates, I believe we're going to have $18.9 million of additional revenue recurring from total program, and we'll have $48.7 million of available one-time funds to help balance to use in next year's budget or future years, because those federal funds are available for multiple years. Expenses. Right now, we have an estimate of $11.5 million of recurring expenses. That's going to be, if I calculate the step and step equivalent for all employee groups, that's $5.4 million. We're starting the remote school. They will have both wraparound staff and classroom teachers. We've got a bit of a split. We don't believe all of them are recurring. They will be maintained on an ongoing basis. So we do have some staff that's in a recurring line and some staff that's in a one-time that they would only be in for the next fiscal year. This month, we made some adjustments to the administrators' salaries, so we've got to put that in on a recurring basis. We have a very small increase, a little over 3% for health insurance premiums, so we've got that loaded in, and then adding an executive director of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We also have some of those IT expenses that hit federal funds previously and were unplanned. We didn't know were going on and are going to be ongoing costs. Licenses, family tech support, cybersecurity consulting services. We've got those also added into the general fund as part of our recurring expenses. We also have one-time funds, as we mentioned. Right now, the school-based budgets are $10.1 million greater than I will just say normal, because we lowered the classroom ratios. We are just getting back all of our school budgets today. By end of day today, all school budgets were due. We expect that number to go down because we believe there is going to be some reduction of costs at the secondary level. And so we'll see some benefit there. We've got an estimate right now for the summer enrichment program. As I mentioned before, the other side of the remote school, the wraparound in the classroom staff. We added some FTE next year for elementary school specials, and just an ongoing issue we've got currently with BASE. We believe it'll solve itself next year, but we do need to provide them some support so they can meet their 1-month board reserve policy. Those are items that we believe these items have to happen. And then we have some additional department requests. So almost 10 million of additional recurring requests and 4.6 million of one time.
Susie, you do have a question now from Ian.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, Susie, I'm just asking for some clarification. From this year to next year, if we're able to guarantee free lunches across the district, free meals across the district, and if that is an item in this reoccurring budget here.
No, that is not an item in this recurring budget. The nutrition services fund, even with all the work that they've done, have been able to be self-sustaining and have not needed any support from the general fund.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So, I stopped sharing. That's the end of my presentation.
All right, 8 questions for Susie before we turn her loose. Chris.
So just an add, and I've mentioned this, I believe, when I filled in for Susie recently, those requests from departments, sometimes on behalf of schools, sometimes isolated or more indirectly in support of schools. We're going through all of those requests line item by line item right now in cabinet. I would hope as we come back on Thursday to have better insight about where that's likely to land and to be able to give you some information about that. I think that will be one piece that's really important for us to have figured out and to be able to communicate with you before heading into compensation. So we're going to continue that work tomorrow. I hope there's more we can share then. My plan would be to have Susie join us again Thursday, probably on the front end of the meeting, to give you an update on anything that's changed from tonight to Thursday in those processes. And we could have her available as a phone a friend as we have discussions around compensation as a team. So those would be some next steps that I think are helpful. And if there's other things you'd like of Susie or me or members of the team, just let us know. And we're happy to step in and make that happen.
Laura Mitchell has a question.
Hey, Susie, I just had a quick question. I heard somebody talking about the other day, and Ian reminded me around free and reduced lunch and the fact that we are going to continue to offer free lunch to everyone. Do you have any concerns or estimates about how we might be impacted if we can't get our students to, how does that work with the free and reduced lunch? If everything is free, do we still need people to apply? Could that affect us to have to backfill something to cover, or just cut in our money?
Yeah, no, so Molly Brandt and that team have done an amazing job, because really what they're looking at is having that program continue from the program that is occurring this year. They still did a great job of making sure that we got a significant, we had a little bit of a decline in our free and reduced lunch applications, but not really anything significant. And so I wholeheartedly believe that the work that they did before, they will continue to do. I am not making any assumptions on my at-risk calculation for total program that we're going to run into any issues based off of the success that we had this year. So really, no, I think we're okay.
Marty.
Susie, can you talk a little bit about what the impact of the delta between the state estimate and our estimate in enrollment? Is that simply we need to plan on a budget being less than the budget is going to be published as?
Yeah, so the difference is with 750 funded pupils at about 86.75 a funded pupil, that's $6.5 million. And so we are building a budget that is going to be in revenue about $6.5 million less than what CDE is going to publish on their website for any sort of on their calculation spreadsheets for what our total program is going to be.
And Marty, the other possibility is depending on how close they are or not at the state level, there can be implications in terms of like mid-year reconciliation processes and whether you have a rescission of funds that you otherwise think you're going to get, or potentially whether you're in a spot of saying, gosh, there's fewer kids in the state who've come to K-12 than what you thought. State legislature, let us keep the money. That's kind of an inarticulate way of describing that. But that's the other implication is we could potentially get a boost to our per pupil compared to the 86.75 that Susie's talking about. If the state has a good chunk fewer kids than what they've estimated and the legislature feels like they can let us keep the money. The worst case is there's more kids in the whole system than what they've thought. And then they can sometimes have discussions about, we've got to take some of it back because we don't have enough to give you 86.75 because there's 900,000 kids instead of 880,000 kids. Does that sound like a good summary, Susie?
Yep.
Other questions for Susie? Susie, I'm not seeing any, so I think you're good to go. Thank you very much, Susie.
Thanks so much, Susie. Have a good evening. On your agendas, you did just see mention of the insurance committee report, and Susie mentioned this, but the insurance committee, which consists of representation from DTA, CSEA, as well as representative administrators, met a couple of times in the past few weeks, looking at the Kaiser proposal for the year, working with our broker to get the very best deal we possibly could. We had held 4.35% because we thought that was the rate Kaiser quoted us if we made no plan changes. Last year, we had a plan change in mind. We did a big thorough comparison of our plans against competing districts' plans to just be sure we were in the right ballpark. And we had discovered that our deductibles were much more generous than anybody surrounding. And we intended to change our deductibles from $500, $1,500, 500 for an individual, $1,500 for a family, to $1,000 for an individual, $2,000 for a family. And that plan change that we had all agreed upon as logical and appropriate a year ago didn't happen. It was a mistake. And we got the rate cut as if we had done it, but it never got printed or published. So this year we came back and they said, well, if you really do that plan change, we'll reduce your premiums to the district from 4.35% to an increase of just a low price of 3.21%. And so the committee, though, wanted to look carefully and rethink things and really be sure that this was the right thing to do. And in the end, the committee did decide to go ahead and accept those plan changes And we're still a much more generous deductible than many of our colleagues. Cherry Creek is 2 or 3 times more than we are. Jeffco is more than we are. So we felt good about going ahead and doing that and shaving what added up to be $270,000 off of our insurance increase at a district level for the year. So that's the fast and speedy update on the insurance committee report. Dave, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I wanted to add 2 things real quick. I don't like it when you use the phrase too generous. But in reality, when you figure the math out for the premium increases versus what goes towards the deductible and cash out of, or the out-of-pocket expenses and what doesn't, and you look at the vast majority of our people would spend less money by having the lower premium cost, even with the higher deductible rates. There's one cohort of people that's in the kind of the middle range of middle users that are that have some kids, but not a lot of kids. It's that middle group of our users that would spend slightly more, but the vast majority of our enrollees who are employee only would spend far less money in the by having the slightly lower rate, even with the larger potential deductible costs. So even we looked at it a lot of different ways and cut the pie a lot of different ways, and we made a unanimous recommendation to go with the planned increase of the deductible rates and with a slightly lower increase to overall premiums.
So Dave, Mila, do you want to entertain questions around that if folks have them? So questions for Dave and Mila around the insurance.
No one wants to raise their hand because then we'll point to them to be the next representative on the insurance advisory committee.
Right, you better be careful. Fascinating.
That's how most of the people who are on the insurance advisory committee got on there, is because they asked us questions about the insurance policies. So
I take it you and Mila don't want to have any questions here. That's
We're happy to take them, but it's dry. And we have other stuff to take care of tonight.
Yep.
So anyway, just in that compensation space, wanted you to have that. So, all right.
So you've been at it for just a little over an hour. Is there a need for a 10-minute needs break, or do you want to continue?
I'd like to hit the next topic real quick, because I think it's going to be a quick one before we do that break.
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks. So we're on the review the recommendation of the language replacement proposal teacher to educator. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah. So last time we just exposed the concept of going through section by section, not doing a find and replace, but going through each mention of the word teacher and all of the he, she, and transitioning it to they, theirs, and the teacher to educator. So go through incident of each one of the occurrence throughout the document and do a full document transition from teacher to educator and from he, she, or any other gendered pronouns to they, theirs. So we'd like to, if there are any questions or comments, more than glad to take those. But if there are none or we talk through it, I'd like to get consensus on that proposal after we've talked about it or answered any questions.
That recommendation, you mean, right, Dave?
That is what I meant to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Any questions for Dave or Mila on that? All right. I think everybody's camera is on. Let me see your thumbs. Very good. You have your first consensus of the night. Good job.
Excellent. Off to a rockin' start. So the next agenda item. So let's take a break. But why don't you pull up the next document and skim through it if you haven't already. And this is the MOA bucket document. And I would direct your attention to sort of the top part. Recall that we've already done all the work and TA'd the 4 MOAs that got moved into contract language. But this is the section where it's some slight changes to language. And so you see a couple of MOAs right up at the top. One has to do with special staffing and one has to do with interest-based strategies. So just take a look at the proposed language and we'll come back 10 minutes at 5:45.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Okay, Dave, let's get this party started.
All righty, so I think you're up again next there, Mila, if you want to start with the interest-based MOU.
Yeah. So there are, I'll direct you to the Interest-Based Strategies Committee, MOU. And Dave shared with you last time this intention, I think, to work during the coming school year on a subcommittee that would adapt Article 4 to the IBS process. And since that is a long-standing, very productive practice for us in our district. And so we've got some proposed replacement language there. And I think I would just open it up to any comments or questions or any additions from Dave.
Any questions or comments? And Dave was shaking his head no, Mila, so. Give you a chance to look it over real quick.
Yeah, I'm a little worried we don't have everybody back on camera.
Yeah.
There you are. Thank you. So if there are no concerns, questions, comments about that language, then Dave, I guess if you would pull the group, just see if we have an agreement there.
All right, sounds good. I need to see Laura, Sandy, and Heather Espinosa if you're there, because I need to see your thumbs. Okay.
Heather just put something in the chat.
Yep, I see it there, but I see her, so we're good. So let me see your
I'm
thumbs.
here.
folks.
I'm just walking to the beach for sunset, so I apologize for keeping my camera off because otherwise I'll make everyone a little nauseous.
I'm more jealous than anything else. All right, thumbs, folks.
I'll turn it on for the sunset, I promise.
Thumbs, please. Let me see where you're at, guys. All right, Sandy, you're the only one I didn't see.
Dave, so I don't know if you see me, but I'm thumbs down. That may look tricky. And it's only because I was doing some other stuff during the break that was pressing and I haven't done my homework. So if somebody can show, I'm trying to find the document. I just don't want to give a thumbs up without at least eyeballing this thing.
Absolutely.
So can somebody tell me again where to find it?
It's an MOA bucket document, the one we've been working on all the MOAs in.
Okay.
And it starts on page 2 of that document, kind of near the bottom of it, where it says Memorandum of Agreement, Interest-Based Strategies Committee, which is this group here.
And Sandy, I think you were having the same problem, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
You bet. We'll give you some time to look it over, Chris and Sandy, and then I'll re-ask for
Did
the
you both
thumbs.
find it?
Yeah, I found it now, Mila. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, sorry, when the dogs got to go, they got to go. Sorry.
Thank you, team. I've now had a chance to review it. Whenever Sandy's in a position where she feels good, I'm prepared to participate in the consensus vote.
All right, thanks, Chris.
So is this saying that we will be continuing to bargain after the usual time? Is that what this is saying?
No, it's that language was struck from last year.
Okay.
And what this is saying is that during the 21-22 school year, a subcommittee of this group, so a group of you guys, would help to make a recommendation on a potential replacement to the current Article 4 language for negotiations. Obviously, that would still come up before you guys for edits, revisions, chunking, approving, whatever. But it's just empowering a committee to do that work. Otherwise, nothing else changes.
And Article 4, remind you, is more traditional bargaining, which we haven't used.
Oh, sorry, Mila, keep interrupting you. Sorry about that. Heather Gracious, you have your hand up.
Yeah, because as a original member of this team, I just think that having this rewrite is a huge celebration to the growth that we've made as a team. And I just, for the record, wanted to say that. So when Chris's thumb was down, I was like, what in the... But I think it's a great thing.
All right, let me see your thumbs one more time. I think we're ready. All right, you've got consensus, folks.
Excellent. And then the language just above the Interest-Based Strategies Committee, we did not, I don't know that we mentioned this in the last meeting, Dave, but this is just the ongoing special staffing committee work, and really no proposed changes to their scope of work, except to just add a little phrase that I'm going to highlight on the shared drive, with particular attention to the number of sections that constitute a 0.5 FTE allocation. This committee already has been standing ever since 2012-13. They already have the charge to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the allocation formula. And this year, for the first time with our reductions in enrollment, we had students who, or schools, elementary schools that shrunk to the point where it looked like they were going to need the 0.5 FTE. And we realized as a committee that we really need to look hard and closely at how many sections can get by with a 0.5 FTE. How many is the optimal sections is the optimal size. So we wanted to come back together as a committee and really look more closely at that so that we can look at that low cut point on our scale. Otherwise, one sort of redundant phrase, elimination, but I'm happy to just introduce this and come back to visit it, or if you feel comfortable with the level magnitude of the change and you just want to take some action tonight, I'm okay either way. Dave, what would you suggest, or what do you feel comfortable with?
One thing I just wanted to add real quick, from Susie's budget presentation, you noticed where it mentioned the additional special staffing allocations. I think it was 2.4. That is because as a district, we decided that we did not feel comfortable giving any buildings a 0.5 allocation at this time because we hadn't done this work because of the sizes, because of the variability in enrollments. And so, a myriad of different reasons. So that additional 2.4 you saw in there was to bolster up the only 0.5, the schools that would have otherwise been at 0.5 to a 0.8 in their allocations for this next school year. And so, like I said, this work would just make it so that we can give it the charge to really figure out whether or not that really works. What's our best practice in that space? It's such a minor change as long as people are okay with that, because it's just a refinement of the focus of the committee for next year. I'm comfortable with giving thumbs if people are, but if they're not, then we can bring this back on Thursday. There's no rush.
Questions, comments for Dave and Mila on this? Nancy.
Sorry, I can't find my little yellow hand there.
No, you're good.
Is the committee the same as it has been all along? Okay.
There have been different members of the committee since 2012. However, the committee that we have been working with is the same one Mila and I have been working with the last 4 years.
Okay, thank you.
And just as a reference point, we bring in 2 elementary administrators plus Megan Kane, who is the district administrator who oversees kind of the specials and electives programs, along with the elementary coordinators for art, music, and PE, along with myself and Mila as members of the committee.
Yep.
Other questions? Comments? Okay, Dave and Mila, I'm not seeing any. I still see a couple people looking through it, so I'm going to give you just a little bit more time.
While people are
Chris?
looking, maybe I'll just add a little color commentary. My 2 cents is that this work that's outlined in the revision is really critically important for us to do, even beyond some of the pandemic-related enrollment reductions that we're seeing. As a general trend, we know our community in many places is aging and/or families are having fewer kids, and our elementary schools are shrinking quite a bit from where they were a decade ago. And so trying to thoughtfully figure out how to staff specials appropriately so we can provide this support for our students and have our staff right-sized to be colleagues with others across the building, I think is critically important work. And it looks different, feels different to me now, even than it did 3 or 4 years ago, given the shrinkage we see on the size of our elementary schools. So I think I'd love for us to be in a spot to get folks working on this task soon into the fall. The other thing that I think intersects that is complicated is how does preschool fit in to our elementaries in the future, given interest at the state and federal level to expand things like universal preschool options, and how might you utilize your special staff to support preschool students. So I think it's compelling work, important work, urgent work, and I hope we can get started with it in the fall.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else? Because I am going to ask for the vote. I'm not seeing any negative comments or questions or anything like that. So Laura and Heather, I can't see your thumbs. So if you can do an emoji, if your camera isn't on, that'd be great. Oh, there's Laura. Let me see your thumbs, folks.
Laura, we need a snapshot of that. Thumbs up with the sunset behind you. Oh my gosh.
All right. I don't think Heather is with us, so you do have consensus on this. So, all right.
All right, people.
Three in a row.
You're amazing. Okay. I want to direct you to the document titled Draft Article 21 Intermediate Salary Steps, or intermediate salary something. Let's see. Yeah, salary steps.
Sorry, can you say that again?
So this one is the one I went through last time in kind of large detail for all of us to review. And so I think it might be good, since it's a rather large and lengthy change, Dave, if we could give everyone just a minute to look back through it and remind themselves of the language. My just quick synopsis reminder is what we were doing per the charge to the committee was to streamline and update the salary advancement process when we're moving across the lanes for what do we give credit to and what do we not give credit to, and how do we make that happen. And so, excuse me, right now, the process is, especially in the IHB for educational experience, it's rather cumbersome and time consuming for both HR, DTA who have folks, and educators who are having to apply for it. And it's also not particularly nimble for all the different types of educators we have in the systems, from nurses to SSP, really all of our SSP frameworks, to different methods of delivery of professional development that have kind of been occurring. And so our efforts was to kind of streamline and update that process so that we could kind of be in the 21st century with the different offerings, and at the same time make it easier for everyone to complete that work. It looks like for those of you who can't find it, Mila dropped the link in the chat, so you can pick it up out of there if you can't find it.
And I would direct you good ways down the document. My paging isn't, oh, page 5, I think, of 10. Look for the teal blue color that says draft language. That you're looking at everything under that teal bar. Now, some of you got in there and you made comments. And so there were a couple that were wills to shalls, Linda, that I just made. I didn't think we needed to discuss that. And there was another one, Laura, thank you for the fewer word choice comment. There are a couple of others. Deb made a comment, Matt made a comment that I think maybe before I just adopted them would briefly discuss.
Okay. Give you a little time to look it over.
As my small editorial, it's so funny to watch comments pop up of things that we spent a bunch of time debating whether to include or not include or how to phrase the and so yeah, it's always amusing when people then comment on it. You're like, yep, we talked about that for a while.
I still see some people looking, Dave, so I'm going to give them time.
It's a lengthy one.
I just want to make sure that you kids all can see the sunset. It's very important for me.
Thanks, Laura.
It's like you're all here with me. Best day ever.
Best negotiation session ever on the beach at sunset.
My mom wants to know if I get extra points for being on the beach.
That's
I'll
pretty
say
good
hi.
dedication. I don't know if I would be doing that.
It's because I like you guys so much.
Tell your mom we're proud of you. You're very dedicated.
Okay. Oh, thanks. My mom's mom. Say hi. She says hi.
I hope your mom knows that she's now a YouTube star, since this will be recorded for forever.
I'll let her know.
So I still see a lot of people looking. If you have a question pop up, go ahead and ask it at any time. Allison.
So my question is in 21.3, the new 21.3 maybe, where it's talking about salary advancement credit, and it says no professional learning credit shall be granted if the district assumes the full cost of the course and releases the educator from regular teaching or school responsibilities. Would that be like you wouldn't have had student contact like one of our beginning days, or would it possibly include the teacher writing sub plans?
So this is current language. It's what's current, that language is currently in the agreement in 21. And what that looks like is if on tomorrow, just for the sake of discussion, Kim Brady sent you to a training class, paid for you to go, paid for the sub to go, paid for your sub, and released you to go to a training class tomorrow that offered credit, or you could have, I guess, turned it in for IHB. If you are released from your class by your administrator and the administrator pays for it, you're not on your own temp time, you're on district's time, just not in your classroom, then you couldn't receive credit for it. And that's, like I said, current practice and the current language.
Yeah. But so if I ask to go and I could get my building principal to pay for it, then I can get credit. But if they require me to go, I'm just confused.
It's kind of a double dipping thing, Allison. It's like we're not, the district would not pay you to go and cover your sub and then also give you increased salary as a result of that. So if it's something you do on your own time, at your own expense, then you would be able to use it for salary advancement credit, perhaps. But if it's something you do as a part of your job and the district just pays once, either for you to go or in salary later.
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just not fully I'm not fully released from my job if I have to write sub plans. That's all I'm going to throw out there.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'll say is what people do people who want credit is they'll take a temporary day, and then they get credit for the activity. Actually, we get quite a few people who have to reapply to IHB right now because they were on the district's dime at the time, and then they choose to either have it switched to a temporary day or not get credit for the day. That actually happens quite a bit right now.
But if that workshop offered some sort of transcripted thing with the
it's on a transcript, it's on a transcript.
Okay, so just thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
Dorman.
On 21.4, so is this indicating that, let's say, over the summer I went and volunteered and taught at an IB school in Ecuador, let's say, just so I could figure out, how the IB is actually implemented worldwide. But nowhere is it written that making our IB more effective generally, it's not a major goal or a major improvement goal. So I wouldn't get credit for that then by improving my understanding of the IB. Is that what that says, or am I confused?
I mean, kind of, but what I would also tell you is if you've read your building's improvement plan, your UIP, pretty much anything you do in the space of learning how to do your job better and implementing the curriculum or program better fits under the UIP. So that would, if you really were there to learn how to implement the IB program in a different setting, then I can guarantee you that that would be something that's sitting in Century's UIP that you could use as part of your justification for it.
Are there minor improvement goals that wouldn't work?
You are testing my knowledge of UIP, so I would defer to someone who spends more time writing it in that case.
I was under the impression that the term major improvement goal was the term that's used in UIP. Maybe Bo, could you speak to that? And I don't think there is such a thing as minor, even though the phrase major implies that there might be a minor.
Yeah, that's accurate. The vernacular on the template that's released by the state calls out major improvement strategies, and typically there are anywhere between 2 and 4 of them.
And then Matt's point, while we're here on this section 21.4, I think was a grammatical one. Perhaps it's an intent one as well. Matt, do you want to speak to your comment there?
Yeah, just real quick, Milo, this was my first thought when we met a couple of weeks ago. That I highlighted that should be, it gets mucky language-wise there. So it's like basically saying these experiences should be connected to school. And there's just like I don't know, to me, it feels like you don't need should be. It says, like, if you take out should be, it reads cleaner. I just feel like that those first 4 lines, there's something not language right there. So it's not an intent. Yeah. I totally get the intent of this. I think that should be is like, it's almost like a weird run on in the middle there.
Yeah.
I think we had several conversations that were difficult because the question became up, well, how would we verify and how would we go through the process to make sure that it is part of a major improvement goal? And how would we, like at what point, because if we say it has to be, then we've got to verify that it is in a dramatic way. And that puts us as the judge and jury of the system. But I agree with you that if you could think of a better way of phrasing that, I'm not an English major, so I'd be more than glad to take that. But that was the space we were kind of in, is this like.
Dave, I do think if you just say all these different educational experience or foreign travel study experiences connected to school level major improvement goals or district major improvement goals will count toward a lane change up to and including. So I think it's fine with that. That should be and carries the intent. To Matt's point,
that was my intent, was just if you take out those 2 words, I think it reads cleanly. If you leave them in, if you keep reading, should be connected to school level improvement or school level major improvement goals or district major improvement goals will count. That's where it gets weird. It's right there, and then it goes will count. There needs to be something. So I would just take those 2 words out.
And Linda's will to shall. Thank you, Linda.
Okay. Other discussion around this? And I think everybody's had time to read it over, but I still see some people looking at it. So Sandy.
Deborah oh, go ahead, Sandy.
Yeah, with the talking, I wanted to follow along. I have a couple pages left to read. I don't know about anybody else.
Okay, sounds good. Deborah, did you have a question or the same with you? Okay, they wanted more time.
There's also another will in 21.4 down toward the end there. Instead of will be used in practice, shall be used in practice.
Dorman.
So with these language changes, would we anticipate teachers getting less credit on the to advance their salary schedule?
I think we anticipate that it'll be as much credit and more easily gained with less hoops to jump through. We believe we've streamlined the process.
I actually think it will increase slightly because we reject quite a few IHB applications every time we do it because they did not follow the process and ask for pre-approval. So those would now be potentially approved. Not all of them, right? Just because they may not meet the requirements, but there are quite a few every time where we just hit the deny stamp because they didn't ask for prior approval.
Allison.
So now I've forgotten, but I do remember that we talked about the piece of you have to, if you go to 21.4.2 is where I'm looking, that if college credit is available for a conference attendance, it must be taken in order to be granted salary advancement credit. Can you just remind me why we decided to change the language or what the thought process? I vaguely remember the conversation.
So two things I would point out. That's current practice. That's our current practice and has been for quite some time. If college credit is available for attendance, then you have to take the college credit and not do IHB. And it has to do with how the organization certifies it as a class versus an experience. When you show up to something and you get credit for attendance, that means you have taken a class, and that's not an educational experience. That's a class, and that fits under our class language. When you have to get graduate, when you're either not given graduate credit for attendance, you're given a certificate, or you have to do additional projects to get that credit. Many of the courses that we see, they'll say you can do that and then write this paper or something, do this project and get credit. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about ones that you show up, here's the attendance, you can pay for credit if you'd like. And that makes it that class versus experience.
Thank you. Yeah, you answered my question. That was going to be.
And I'll still give you time. I still see people skimming through it, so.
Mila, do you want to address Deb's comment in 21.4.3?
Yeah, happy to do that. And I think Deb pointed out, rather than use the word teaching children, that working with children. And I think, Deb, if I'm reading your mind a little bit, you probably meant, if we're going to talk about educators instead of teachers in this whole document, that not everybody teaches children. So you suggested the phrase working with instead of teaching. Do I have that just about right? Yeah, I see a nod. So
yeah, I think, if a nurse is working with Nurses Without Borders, and I don't know that they would get credit for that. It's just something on the top of my head, but that's exactly right.
Okay. Yep. Any concern with that? Any other comment to that? Michelle? Shelley? That mute button is there somewhere, Shelley. I know it is.
And Dorman also has his hand up, so I'll wait for Shelley and then go to Dorman.
I was talking to myself. In that same section 21.4.3, at the top, we are using the term international travel, but throughout the rest of that item, it continues to call it foreign travel. Do we want to change foreign throughout that section to international travel?
Dorman, is that why your hand is up? Were you going to talk about the same thing? Do you want to talk about it, or just want it to change to international?
That was my comment.
All right. Shelley beat you to it.
I believe we're talking about international, right, Mila?
Yeah, I think we were. So I'll change those.
Just in the updated language. And I'm going to go ahead and accept the recommendation changes from Deb because I didn't see any objection to that.
I didn't either, Dave. Ian.
Yeah, this might be personal preference, and I'm not sure about language elsewhere. I just don't like the idea of continuing a sentence after a colon in a list. So we have it here, bottom of page 8, and also 21.12. We have the beginning of a sentence, colon, list, continuation of that sentence. I don't know if that bothers anyone else.
Ian, could you point to that again? Sorry.
Yeah, one's the bottom of page 8, a review panel consisting of colon, list, shall meet 2 times per year.
Oh.
And then
Yeah.
21.12.
That read choppy to me too. I couldn't figure it out for a second that it was still the same sentence.
So not
So
a
if they're-
colon, just the word of and then the list.
Or just start a new sentence after the list.
Oh.
Is that what you're thinking, Ian?
I was thinking a review panel. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I haven't played with a solution there. If it bothers us, we can.
Allison?
Could you just put a review panel shall meet 2 times per year to create and monitor the review panel shall consist of. And just move the whole thing up there.
Yeah, I can do that. Unless anybody speak now, or I'll move it.
I don't see any hands up, Mila, so.
Okay.
Does that look better? Okay. Okay.
And 21.12 is this a little bit more difficult with some dependent clause at the beginning of that sentence.
So you're talking about where it says shall be selected based on, right there? Yeah, something needs to be in front of there. Yeah, thank you. Dependent clause, I just learned something. Okay.
This is what happens when you let the social studies teacher and the math teacher write language.
All right, what else?
Just as a reminder, we did recommend as part of the working in this section to move what was 21.8 into Appendix A. And you can see the draft of what that would look like underneath and its insertion in Appendix A.
Shelley.
In Appendix A, is that first phrase like a title, experience, credit, placement on salary schedule, and then the language begins after that?
Shelley, I
Okay.
just copy pasted that out of the document and I lost some formatting. I think you're exactly right.
Okay.
Really, it's exactly what is present in the current language. And I just showed you really location where I think this language best fits. So nothing in the lowercase is anything different, although I will change international. Oh, actually, I don't think I will change international. There's a paragraph there that has the word foreign, but. So that relocation has no language changes. It's just purely relocation. The original language from 21.8 hasn't been modified. It's just been placed differently.
Should there be in that same right out where it says about the foreign countries in Appendix A, should it say, because you got a list, a school will be considered accredited only if officially accredited by a state Department of Education, a territorial accrediting association, one of the regional accrediting associations, i.e. Northwest, or schools operated by the US and in foreign countries when the school's been accredited?
That's been a long-standing typo that no one's caught till now, Sandy.
Science teacher likes grammar, except I didn't know what an independent or what a dependent clause was before. So there you go.
Linda, are you looking at the nurses shall be advanced? Is that the one you're looking at? Oh, there are two. Okay. Allison caught one. Thank you. Will to shall.
Since we're in here messing with it, might as well.
Yeah.
Well, then shouldn't we take out the B and then shall advance on the salary schedule? Shall be advanced seems like a weird mixed verb tense. Ian, does that have a name?
Isn't it the passive tense as opposed to the active tense?
It is passive, which is never strong writing, but this is contractual language, so I don't know.
Yeah, shall advance on the salary schedule.
I like shall advance better, but it means the same thing.
Okay, folks, how we doing?
Maybe anybody who needs more time can give a little wave.
Yeah, let me know if you do need more time.
I'm not seeing any little waves.
Yeah,
so
not seeing anybody waving at us. Are we ready for the vote then? All right, let me see your thumbs, folks. You have consensus. Good job.
All right. Better and better. Okay. Special Education Planning Time Study Committee did some hard work, and I will direct your attention to a document in the shared drive. Well, let me just go find it for you. It's got the letters IDEA in it. It's called Draft Learning Specialist IDEA Time Language. I'll go get it and put it in.
Got it, Mila.
Did you put it in the chat? Well done.
I did.
Quicker than me.
This is the first time we've exposed you guys to it, so we're not taking a vote or anything like this. What we are, just as a reminder, we commissioned last year a group to start looking at how to define special education plan time and also the time necessary to complete all of the IDEA compliance tasks that our special education colleagues have to do. So how do we give them enough time to work with their students, the minutes required, how do they do the testing, how do we carve out all those different buckets of time? Heather Grecius, Mila, and I worked on the committee along with our friend Heather Espinoza from our group here. And we chose to look at not all special education groups this year, but specifically targeting our elementary learning specialists. So our mild, moderate learning specialists, because those particular educators had a setup that was the most similar to our current language, because they have groups, they have classes, they have meetings, their schedule and their jobs were the most similar, which meant that we could spend the time focusing on the time it took for them to do the IDEA compliance tasks and did some really great work in there. We conducted a survey of all of the learning specialists. We had a decent number of them respond. We had a really great group of people, and you can see just some of the work that's kind of still wonderings and thinking. Our final kind of recommendation for us this year, and then I'd ask my friends, the Heathers and Mila, to chime in as well, was the approach of saying, hey, we need to do more work next year, so please let us do some more work next year. But to try to, for this coming year, to carve out approximately 200 extra minutes, I shouldn't say extra, but 200 minutes in the day, week, I said day, in the week, that was specifically for the purpose of IDEA compliance tasks. And then also to keep their planning time language for both individual and collaborative planning time that we spent some really great work writing last year, keep that language the same, except saying that a learning specialist, the IEP meetings should not be held during a learning specialist plan time without that plan time being made up for in a different manner, either moved to a different part of the day, week, whatever it ends up being. So I'll pause there and ask Heather or Mila to add anything else.
I think just the point of clarification that we really need to make sure that people understand is that this is just for elementary learning specialists who are sitting in a learning specialist position. There's a lot of similarity between licensure. So you can have a generalist who is a center-based autism SLS teacher. That is not who we're writing this language for. So the next step would be for us to talk about related service staff and our center-based program staff, and they're much more complicated, which is why we wanted to kind of tackle this issue first and then tackle the rest once we have some momentum.
I have Laura Leppy's hand up.
Does this pertain to elementary learning specialists at K-8 buildings as well?
I think that's our intention. We recognize that K-8s are a unique creature and have some complexity, so we'd like to discover what that is. But it was our intention that they try it on, I believe. Marty?
Yep, Marty.
I think you just did, you said the IEP meetings wouldn't be part of this time, but in the language, you list a bunch of other things too that would be IDEA compliance, right? Like testing and writing reports. And so is that to mean that the IEP meeting and the formation of the IEP should not be included in planning time?
Well, I think, let me take a stab at this, Dave, and then you can add if I don't get it. But in the original, just for general educators, the planning time language that we worked last year on, it said attending an IEP meeting is not considered it to be, an administrative directed use of your planning time. Remember that? But that was when attending an IEP meeting for a general educator is a sporadic event. And so what we seek to do in this language is to say, for a learning specialist whose job it is to attend IEP meetings in part, we don't want anybody to misconstrue that language from the general educator planning time section that says attending an IEP meeting is not part of your, it's not administratively directed time. And so we wanted to say, for these folks, IEP meetings are part of their IDEA tasks, and as well as testing and some of those other things. And that's where the 200 minutes is given, is for the regularly scheduled IEP meetings, as well as all those other tasks. I don't know if that clarifies or answers your question, Marty.
Yeah, I guess, I have two questions. One, so does this limit the planning time for teachers to be used only for lesson planning? Because I see all the other things as part of the IDEA compliance. And then two, have we done any research into how this would affect our staffing loads? Like, have we looked at caseloads in a building and minutes to be supplied on IEPs, and then subtracted this time from those and saw if we would need to increase staff to be able to meet those needs?
So I can address the second question. So we have considered direct and indirect service minutes as part of our allocation. This would be an additional layer that would really allow us to be pretty precise with minutes within the week and how much is spent during doing your groups and how much is spent during IEP writing times. I do not believe, just based on what I know about our allocations and how time is being spent now, that there'll be a radical adjustment in our allocations. I think that there might be some, but I don't believe that it would be a significant amount. And then Marty, I got stuck on the second question and I forgot the first. Can you say that again?
I'm just trying to define what the self-directed planning time would be used for. So, because I see, like a classroom teacher would use that self-directed time, not just for lesson planning, but looking at student data, using that to inform practice, those things. It seems like all of those other things besides purely writing lesson plans, right, could be considered IDEA time, compliance time. If you're looking at student data as a special ed teacher, really that's part of compliance as well. In part, because their job is not just, compliance includes monitoring. And so it just seems to me like, I just more curious about what the intent there was and what the intent of that self-directed planning time would be. And then the part about the second part, Heather, I worry, like, I know how hard our special ed teachers are working now. And this, I believe, like, we're talking about this because their minutes during the day are stretched thin as they are. And if we're basically adding in 200 or 270 minutes a week, right, for every special ed teacher, that seems to me like it would have a fairly significant impact on FTE.
So a couple of things. The reason that we started this, I had some uncomfortability last year when we were doing the elementary plan time because of the complexity of a special ed teacher's job. They don't just have instruction to plan for, although they might have upwards of 10 groups a day to plan for. And so that's one of the reasons why we said they still needed to have the instructional individual plan time every day. At the elementary level, many of our providers have the 270 plan and don't run groups on Wednesdays so that they can get some of their compliance things done, holding IEP meetings, evaluations, observations, etc. That wasn't defined time. And so it was always just a little uncomfortable for me with the discrepancy between buildings, who's giving their special ed teams time on Wednesdays to just do IEP compliance, who's not, what is a planning time that's sufficient. And so these were all questions that we wanted to have answered through this process. So I wouldn't say that this is time that we have to find. I think it's time that we're spending already. And now there's definition around it. Dave, Mila, Deb, Blake, does that make sense? Did I miss any?
Yeah, that's exactly how I was going to answer the question. Marty's that part of the question is that based on our research, what we found was that although it gets eroded away because it's not defined and it's not scheduled well in certain buildings, that this was the consistent amount of time folks were already spending within the week when they have the time available to them, right? And so what this would do is also do things like if they're getting pulled from classes and groups and minutes, you can't just say, oh, you can take away your Wednesday now because, you know, you can't just reschedule your groups, right? Like it's building in these layers of protection so that they can have that consistent time to be able to do that. It's not saying they don't do class coverage if they need to do class coverage. It's not saying they don't help out with these things, but it provides the framework for that time to be protected and consistently delivered to them on an ongoing basis. And, you know, we had a lot of discussion about the number of minutes per group that a special ed teacher, and I'm speaking a little bit for my special ed colleagues, so correct me with math, Deb, if you need to. But, you know, when you look at the number of groups that they would run it in a day, which is usually in the neighborhood of 10 in an individual day, and you divide up that planning minutes for an entire week, that means they're spending 27 minutes per group to plan their entire week worth of lessons, which was a lot less than most of our other groups were getting, especially with the high amounts of individualization and the high amounts of additional work each one of those groups would do in. That 270 was in my opinion, a bare minimum necessity to be able to just effectively do the work. And that still means they're going to be doing work outside just like all of us, right? This is just that bare minimum necessity to be able to get their job done on a regular basis and still perform all the tasks. The other point I was going to make is similar to our times as allocated now with every other educator. You know, there's lots of tasks that we tell teachers, go do this time. How you figure it out, that's on you. But here's your blocks of time, go figure it out. Whether it's doing evaluation stuff or completing trainings that you got to click through. Don't tell Bo I said click through trainings. But we give people the block of time and say, here it is. Well, it's similar with these IEP, with these blocks of time. It's saying that if you're scheduled to have your plan time at 270, the teacher's not going to write a report in that time. No, that's not what that says. That says that the time is set aside for the teacher, for the educator to make that professional judgment of what is the priority for me to do right now. And by carving out these blocks of time, our hope is that throughout the course of a week, an educator has enough time to complete all the tasks, both the learning group time, planning time, the collaborating with colleagues, and all of the additional IEP compliance time necessary to do their job.
I think the only other detail that I would add, if I may, is that we have to think about purpose. So Marty, you had talked about progress monitoring, data collection. We have to do that to drive our instruction, right? Like any other teacher. And then we also have to do it to meet the the letter of the law with the IEP. And so I think it comes down to purpose of the data collection and the information that we're using, whether it's to drive instruction or to create a legally defensible IEP.
Yeah, my questions weren't questioning the need for the time. My questions were like, how do we really thinking about whether or not we'll be able to provide it with staffing that we have. And just thinking about how we would put this into application in a building. I think what you described about Wednesdays is pretty common practice around a lot of buildings. But my guess is that when it's not, it's because there's a crunch somewhere and we'd have to address that crunch, you know? So that's all. Thank you.
So if I could address that crunch a little bit, Marty, it sort of depends on how we allocate our minutes depending on student needs. So right now, my school has a large percentage of students that really fall significantly below the 3rd percentile in math. So we supplant a lot of their math instruction. In order to best do that, we have 45-minute groups. That takes a large chunk of time. So right now in my day, I personally only see 8 groups this year. I've seen as many as 10, but this year I'm only seeing 8. But my groups are larger in order to accommodate that larger math time. My teammate and I have to have slightly larger groups than the 1-on-3, 1-on-4, so that we can get that 45-minute time in. And we've gone back and forth about what's the best way to service them. And right now we feel like having 5 or 6 or 7 in a group is slightly better than rushing the lesson, because within the lesson I can still individualize it. So that's how we accommodate it. But it means larger groups with smaller numbers of groups, but larger numbers in the groups, if that makes sense. And by doing that, we struggle a little bit some years, and we've gone back and forth on what is best for our kids, but that's where we come down, and we are able, therefore, through a lot of manipulation, to keep our Wednesdays completely free.
Chris.
So in the same vein, my question would be, when do we feel like we can do the review of caseloads and time allocations? And in those cases, which I'm hearing, there's belief that it will be fairly limited, where we might need some more staffing, identify the additional staffing we may need. My worry is that sometimes that doesn't happen till September, October, and then we find ourselves in a close to impossible place to secure people with that skill set and qualifications to step in. And I think part of what I would sense will be of interest to the broader membership is if the set aside for additional or just clarification and structure to planning time and to IDEA compliance time, if it requires more people, if we're not able to bring that additional staffing in, then I think we'll have lots of frustration out in the system, feeling like, gosh, that's what I thought would come out of this. And I just would want to be in a spot where we can honor that expectation if I'm reading all of this the right way.
So we can start working on it as soon as tomorrow. What I'll tell you is that as things happen with special ed, it can get a little complicated because we pull data from our IEP system in Rich, and we have a lot of kids who are assigned to remote caseloads this year. So I might not be able to get it done by Thursday is my point, but I can get it done as soon as I can, hopefully by the next time we meet.
And Heather, for whatever it's worth, given the substantial amount of one-time money that we have and some of these ESSERS things that are related to special education support, I think we've got resources to figure it out, and it doesn't have to be this week or next. But I do think it's helpful if it's into mid-June and we can get stuff posted if need be and hire people in, as opposed to it being late August, September timeframe for as many people as we can.
Yep, that's great. I can definitely do that.
Other discussion questions around this? And Dave, just for Jim and I's sake, you're not wanting any type of consensus or anything on this tonight, right?
Correct. Since this is pretty heavy stuff and it's the first time anyone's seen it, we would bring it back potentially Thursday or in our next meeting, just to circle back around to it.
Okay. Chris, did you have another question?
More of a comment in that concluding paragraph, that first sentence is a little jumbly from my perspective. I just wonder if we could simplify it and put a period in after adequacy and impact of this additional plan time, or maybe build in some of the things about instructionally sound, legally defensible IEPs. It feels like we could be more efficient and direct in some of the language that we have in there.
Okay. Ian.
Yeah, I was just hoping to hear a little bit about the kind of long-term vision here. I know that right now the bite-sized chunk is elementary, specific to mild, moderate needs. Going into this, is there an intention that that would extend to severe needs, to the secondary level, and so on?
So right now, the charge of the committee is to work in the elementary space. If IBS so chooses for us to do the work in the secondary space, then that's something that we would need to recharge the committee to. However, in the elementary special ed space, it is our intention to walk through, hopefully the rest of the different special education groups that service elementary schools and our K-8s in this next school year. Obviously, depending on the complexity of that work, we may or may not be able to accomplish that goal, but that is the intention and goal based on the charge that we were given, initially given.
Marty.
I would just also say we should define the K-8 space in this. I feel like, I don't want to speak for all the K-8s, but I feel like there's probably different models going on. I know at STEM Launch, we changed them year to year. Like we had some years where specialists were only elementary and some years where they were split between middle and elementary. And so I don't want to give, it just would be, clear as kindness, right? So if we're clear about what we're going into, that would be good. I don't have an opinion whether it should be all inclusive for K-8s or not, but I just think we should be clear going in one way or the other.
Marty, I totally agree with you. And I think that K-8s are just different enough that we should at least explore it. And they don't have special programs. They do have related services. And so it could just be something that we analyze from a K-8 perspective. I do think that's worthy.
We have a whole nother K-8 conversation to talk about on Thursday. I think it's Thursday on that list, or maybe it's today, I can't remember. Because there's a whole lot of stuff in that space that we're just describing that we're gonna have to tackle.
Other discussion? All right, so what's the desire to do with this? Just leave it as is, and then you're going to move forward from there, Dave?
Correct.
Okay. All right, are we ready to move on to the next item then? Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm going to jump out of order, if this is okay with you, Dave, to one more languagey piece. And this is an introduction item as well, doesn't need action tonight. And this is the commission of 2 study groups. So if you look in your shared drive and you see the document that's titled Draft Study Group MOAs. And Dave, are you going to put that in the chat? Would you kindly? We've recognized from early days this year that we had a couple of different new study groups that were very likely going to need to be formed. One of them has to do with this whole notion of K-8s. And this is super drafty language, absolutely wide open to amendment, addition, clarification, but I just thought we'd start with something on paper. So if you're there with me, looks like most of you are. It says nothing more than K-8 schools have many unique characteristics which differentiate them from either elementary schools or middle schools. And so during the 21-22 school year, the district and the association shall form a joint study committee to make recommendations regarding any contract language changes that result from these unique characteristics. I mean, it really is no more specific than that at this point, because we just think there's stuff all over the place, like the conversation we just had, but we think part of the work of the study committee would be to comb through and see where we see language that needs to be addressed. And maybe you guys want to name some particulars and we could have a bit of a bulleted list, or leave that up to the study group. But that's the intention and the spirit. Dave, I don't even know if you've seen this, so please jump in if you want to right away make any changes.
No, I had seen it a little bit earlier today with the, the hard part about what we've done some light work in the, like the the K-8 realm before, along with 5-Star Online. What I have discovered is that you don't know the list until you start looking at the list. The approach that we had been kind of tossing around, myself and the EDs with the K-8s, is kind of a like where, working with the teachers and the principals at the K-8s and saying, hey, so where are the places that you, like, where's the rub points? Like, what's difficult for you? What's difficult for your staff? What doesn't work really well? You make it work, but what doesn't work really well and what could be different? And then also, what is that floor, both in policy and in contract and just district procedure, that we should be kind of creating as that level set? And so it's some of it's going to be contract work, some of it's going to be policy work, some of it's going to be practice work. It's kind of all over the place. And so what I'm imagining is that group is going to, start diagnosing the issues and then come up with the things that it can tackle at any one given time. And so I don't feel comfortable telling that committee, hey, go tackle this first. I feel like they're the experts in their field, in their area, and they should be given the latitude to make recommendations to policy council, to us, to Susie, to whoever it needs to be recommendations to streamline the uniqueness and finally officially carve out the K-8 space in our system. Similar to the 5-Star Online, I have no idea today what 5-Star Online will look like in 22-23. I don't know what it's going to look like. I kind of have an idea like this much about what it's going to look like in 21-22, but it's our hope that in the next year that we could have an idea of what it looks like. I mean, we should have an idea of what it looks like by the end of this next school year, what it's going to look like in 22-23. But I can't sit here today and tell you even what it is going to look like in the smallest degree, because I couldn't have predicted a year ago what our online program was going to look like this fall. I tried, and I'm just in case you're wondering, I am not Nostradamus. I'm way off. So we could create a list, but I don't know if that would be the right things or the wrong things to even be discussing or looking at.
So both of these are written very broadly, very vaguely for that rationale. So we wouldn't expect any kind of emotion tonight. We just want to talk about the concepts, let you percolate on that, and then bring it back on Thursday.
Kathy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just kind of following on the broadness of it. And I think, Dave, when you just talked about all the different realms that it could be active, I don't know if I would want a list, but do we have any priorities that are really at the forefront? Like are there any issues that we know really just should be dealt with first? I mean, we've talked, seems like K-8s have come up, as we just said, all over the place. But I just didn't know if there's anything, especially related to the contract, that has been a sticking point that we would want to prioritize for the K-8 group.
So I would say the things, I could give you a few things that I have dealt with in the K-8 space, and I would rely on my friend Marty as a former K-8 principal to either tell me I'm right or wrong or whatever. So we could list some of those things, but I don't know that I feel comfortable saying that's the first thing that they should take care of, because they may decide something else is a higher priority than what I think. It could not even be a contract issue. So some of the things that I know are sticking points in the K-8 realm are where middle schools and elementaries differ. For example, in staffing formulas, in instructional minutes, in how the plan time minute situation works out between middle and elementary. Those are kind of some of the big contractual ones that I've dealt with on a regular basis. But there are other things that just that stem part from contract, part from specials allocations. Stem from not having a clear definition of what it means to be a K-8 versus not. Because, some of them will say, I've heard people say, we staff this one kind of like it's a middle school, and we staff this one kind of like it's an elementary school, and we budget this one a little bit like it's a magnet school, but not really. And it's just kind of all over the place, and there's not a separate identity in there. And so, Marty, I don't know if your list would be similar to mine in the contract space. There's other things you would add. I rely on your expertise there.
Yeah, I think there's two basic categories. I think the specials allocations and the impact that has on planning time and bell schedules are probably the largest thing. And if I was going to prioritize it, I would put that in there high. I think that, and then also class sizes, like sizes of class size limits. And again, that's sort of related to staffing allocations as well. And then there's a bunch of things that I think would probably come up from a group like this that maybe aren't contractual issues, but are more practice issues, like when PD is delivered, how it's delivered in terms of like district level PD. The schedules are always clunky. They end at, not only do they end differently than elementary, than middle, they also slightly vary among themselves. So oftentimes stuff that's designed to be delivered to elementary schools or to middle schools doesn't quite fit for a K-8. And so there's all these pieces where you have staff that some are partially elementary and partially middle, so they don't fit into the design, I would say. But I don't know if those are always contract issues. So, but I'm sure that will come up from this committee.
What I've found is interesting in these kind of conversations, the number of things people perceive to be contract issues that aren't actually contract issues, because it doesn't actually say it anywhere in the contract that you have to do it that way. And so I think the list of people might put on the contract side is almost always longer than what actually it says.
All right, what else with these? Ian.
I was just hoping to ask a question here. Considering we have teacher representative from K-8, I'm not sure, I'm looking through contract language here for IBS, but in terms of representation, I'm looking forward to 5-star online. Are we tasked with adding members as representatives, both administrators and teachers or service providers in those spaces?
Great question. The team makeup is always a thing that Mylan and I discuss, and people move on and off for different reasons and are replaced by different people for different reasons. I could tell you, yeah, that sounds like a great idea, but at the moment we have, I'm not even sure, Myla, do we have an official person hired for 5-Star Online yet? I'm not even certain if that's an official thing yet. Because the last time I checked, I was still on all the hiring committees.
Yeah, I think we do, but I'm not going to say it.
No. I just wasn't sure if that we actually had someone yet that actually was on 5-Star Online yet.
We do. We do. Bo,
Good
are we publicly announcing anything, Bo?
We can. I am very pleased to announce that Adria Merson, who currently serves as an assistant principal at Legacy High School, has agreed to become our inaugural principal for our 5-Star Online program, soon to be 5-Star Online School. So we are thrilled that Adria has accepted that position, and she will be finding an AP to join her later this week.
You can't have her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Legacy,
she's a great.
We're going to take care of them too.
Yeah. And then teachers, will be hired fast and furious immediately following the AP selections. So later this week, next week, yeah, it's all rolling really quickly. But right. So Ian, to your question, probably not right yet. If it starts emerging that online just really represents its kind of its own level and its own entities to a sufficient point that we need representation from that unique point of view, I think we would consider that in the coming years. I don't foresee it for next year, certainly, while we're just in this program building phase, but it's possible.
Who knows? One of the teachers on this team could have already applied, Myla. You could be speaking it. You don't know yet.
I may be speaking to a 5-star staff member to be.
And Heather Espinoza is like, hard pass.
People either love it or they hate it, that whole remote learning thing. Mm-hmm. Okay, so any other questions about these two proposals for work groups or recommendations? All right, so if there are no questions, we'll just table this for now.
All righty.
And then Dave, I wonder if we could take a little break, and then when we come back, I think we need to dive back into our process. Hey, folks, how about some IBS process? On Article 24.4, we were finishing up with story when we were last together on the leave for other employment article. So if you want to pull up the document called chart, Article 24.4, and then what say you, a 10-minute break until 7:18?
Yep, let's go ahead with that. And Gene, if you want to put us on break till. Thank you, sir.
Dave and Gene, you should be glad that we are not the federal court case dealing with Fortnite and the Amazon App Store. Apparently they had like 100 people. They couldn't get everyone muted. They had like hundreds of people all talking, half of them pitching their YouTube channels all at the same time.
What a nightmare.
It was like, whew, it was crazy town.
Nightmare, yep. All right, see you in a few.
Set a timer for 9 minutes.
Okay, 9 minutes is guilty.
Mila, we hadn't finished story on this one the other day, had we? We were.
Well, we kind of had gotten to a place where we were, I think, ready to go to interest, but we took the opportunity to just break at this point. I added a piece of data to the bottom of story that I would want to start with tonight. And
okay, sounds good. And Jim, I don't know if you're on, if you're listening or not. I see your mic still on. I think I was typing on this, so if you want to continue, that's great.
So we want to start with interests.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's have them look over the story and see if there's any story that they need to add. So let's give them the first few minutes to look over the story, and if there isn't, then we'll start right in an interest. And I can continue to type the interest if you want me to, Jim.
You're the birthday boy, your choice.
All right, I'm going to go up and eat cake then.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. I just snuck upstairs and noticed I do have a cake up there. So.
Aw, we gotta get wrapped up here.
Oh, no worries, no worries. The Avs don't start till 8:30, so we're good.
Oh, perfect. Cake and hockey. Perfect.
There you go. What a combination, huh?
Happy birthday.
There was a 3-year span where my birthday was during parent-teacher conferences, 3 years in a row. And yeah, I don't know what's worse to have on your birthday. Late night of parent-teacher conferences or IBS.
I had a district
good work either way, but
yeah, I had a district music festival on mine one year that was, and we were out of town, so it was one of those birthdays.
So we were going to bring in some story or interest from the discussion we had earlier about voluntary placements. Does that voluntary transfers? Does that make sense? Somebody wanted to bring some of that in, and is it in there?
it's not.
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah. Sorry, Milo.
Of this one right here, that if you're in the document.
Oh, that one. Yeah. I thought he meant he actually wanted us to bring in the story from some of the story from that other discussion.
Yeah,
we're good to go then.
Jim, these things at the bottom are new, so I think I would start with my addition out of process.
And if people want, in the 12 point Article 12 folder has all of the story, interests, and options that we explored during that discussion. So people could always, instead of copy pasting, just refer back to that. That's the nice part about using these Google Docs, is that we don't have to go find the chart paper to tape up on the wall.
Right.
Yeah, but Cindy needs something to do when we're done, right?
I gotta tell you, I was just gonna say Cindy, for one, is super pleased with Google Docs.
So Jim, did you want to type or do you want me to?
Your choice.
Why don't you go ahead and do the interests, and then we'll see how you're doing. And then if you're tired of it, then I'll do the options. So you can type the interests.
Okay.
All righty.
And you're going to give us some time to review. First,
yeah, there might be more stories. So folks, as you're coming back on, would you look over the story that we did the other day on 24/4 and see if there's anything you need to add. We're going to give you a few minutes to look it over and see if there's any story left to add. And Mila added some at the very bottom. That's the trend data for 2014. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
As we're getting started looking at the story, thinking about additional story, I just remind us of the issue at hand, which is the disruption that can be caused when there is a late implementation of this leave, so a late application of this leave. And so the issue that we're trying to solve is, one, what does late mean? And two, how do we minimize that that disruption?
And Heather Gracious, you did have your hand up. Did you have something you wanted to add?
I just needed to have the problem of practice stated. So
all right, Dave's thinking right with you there. So we'll give you a little bit of time, look it over. And if there is no more story, we'll jump to the interests. Deborah.
Sorry, and I have a mouthful. I'm so sorry. Dinner was delivered late. I just have a clarifying question on the data that Mila put in. Mila, you wrote that 62 employees use this leave during these school years. Is that across all levels, or is it just certified teachers? So is it classified, is it bus drivers, or is it across the district or just teachers?
It's just educators. It's not just classroom teachers. It's anybody covered by your master agreement.
Okay. And so how many people would that entail? Ish. So 5,000, 7,000, 2,000?
Oh, 62 teachers out of your employee group is about 2,900. Is that about right, Dave?
2,900 sounds a little high.
Yeah.
It's 2,500 souls, not FTE. The FTE goes down a little bit, but it's 2,500 souls.
Yeah.
And if I'm soulless, that doesn't count? Okay.
Right.
Too much time in insurance advisory, because they talk about not employees covered, it's souls.
We talk about belly buttons, Dave, in the insurance committee.
That might be a little bit, yeah, more appropriate.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't go there. It's late. Don't go there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other story that we need to add? All right, Jim, I think we're at interest. Keep in mind, if you do think of some story, we can always go back and pop it in there. So we are now on interest, and I'm just going to go around the room just like we did at check-in. So as soon as Jim gets set. All right, Dorman, do you have part of the story or part of the interest? Or do you have an interest? I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me do that again. Dorman, do you have an interest? How's that?
Dave, I have an interest.
Right.
I have an interest in we as the district having flexibility to meet extraordinary circumstances.
Extraordinary, what was it?
Circumstances.
Yeah.
Or extraordinary circumstances.
I kind of liked shaving better too, the shaving flexibility. All right, Nancy, do you have an interest?
I'll pass.
Laura Leppy. Laura, you're muted. Yeah, there you go.
All the buttons. Sorry, I was distracted by not being at the sunset on the
Man, does your room echo?
beach. Is it really bad? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Laura.
It's tall ceilings. I have an interest in employees pursuing their dreams. It sounded so cheesy in my head, and then I just kept talking, and I apologize. I know, we're not supposed to judge. I'm sorry. I'll stop judging.
You're good. Thanks, Laura. Dave Lockley.
I have an interest in balancing employee desires and impact on the system.
Marty.
I'm going to pass. Thanks.
Thank you. Laura Mitchell.
I have an interest in minimizing the impact on the students.
Okay, Kathy.
I have an interest in making late vacancies the least disruptive as possible, as least. Jim, work your magic and make that a sentence.
That look all right, Kathy? All right, Kristen. Kristen, I didn't hear you. Did you say pass? Okay, thank you. Ian.
I have an interest in providing employees opportunities in ways that will not disrupt the functioning of a school building or team.
Matt.
I have an interest in contract language around late vacancies being similar in different parts of the contract.
Does that work, Matt? Is that what you said? Okay, Mila.
I have an interest in providing the best candidate pool possible by hiring during peak seasons.
Sandy.
I'll pass.
Thank you. Linda.
Pass.
Allison.
I have an interest in ensuring educators have the ability to engage in experiences that benefit their practice, their students, and their colleagues, regardless of the time of year that they arise.
And Allison, I see you adding something in. That's great. Thanks. Teresa.
Pass.
Shelley.
I am not sure if mine is just rephrasing what other people have already said, so I'll just let the group decide. I have an interest in allowing leave for other employment while still allowing ample time for a replacement with the least disruption possible.
All right.
I'm going to just add for, while allowing time for replacement with the.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'm good.
Deborah.
I have an interest in our master agreement addressing, I'm not sure how to word this, addressing the needs of the majority and not changing it to meet the small percentage of one-offs. That's not chart language. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Needs of the few, maybe?
Correct. Yeah, master agreement should meet the needs of the many, not the needs of the few.
Okay. Thanks, Deborah. You bet. Heather Espinoza.
My interests have been stated.
All righty. Bo.
As of mine. Pass.
Thanks. Chris.
Ditto.
Heather Gracious.
Same.
Back to Dorman.
El mismo, the same.
Nancy. Pass. Laura Leppy.
I think that mine, I was going to add on the one where it says like minimizing the impact on students. I was also going to, I can't tell if it's been added, but also on colleagues and sort of the school system, like the school in general, maybe. Kind of like what Dave said with the balance, but we're just going to pretend we're going to use all the words.
Okay, and that was, I think that was Laura Mitchell's interest. Is that all right to add that to that? All right, thank you.
Thank you, neighbor.
All right, we are at Dave Lockley. All right, Marty. Laura Mitchell. Kathy. Kristen. Kristen, your mic is not working. So I got past because I could read your lips, but all right. Ian.
Pass.
Matt. Mila.
Pass.
Sandy.
Pass.
Linda.
Pass.
Allison.
Pass.
Teresa.
Pass.
Shelley.
Pass.
Deborah. Okay, sorry. Heather Espinosa, sorry. Okay, Bo.
Pass.
Thank you. Chris.
Pass.
Heather Gracious.
Pass.
Does anybody have another interest? If you do, put your hand up in the chat box or wave at me. All right, I'm seeing none. So we are moving on to options. Jim, did you want to continue typing or you?
Sure.
All righty,
I need
so
to practice.
there you go. So Heather Gracious, I'm going to start with you with the options.
I'm going to pass because I have to think.
All right, Chris.
Oh, I was going to do the same. I guess one thing that would help me in the form of a question, given what Matt Schmidt said as an an interest is for someone to remind us how we've dealt with some other leave challenges in terms of tentative agreements this IBS season. So I don't know if Dave or Mila, you're probably the best to summarize, but that would be helpful for me.
Yep, no problem. So I think the most similar language you can find is in the TA folder where we have Article 12.2, voluntary transfers. And I will copy and paste for the benefit of everyone else who doesn't want to search it, the language that we wrote into the chat box right now. We wrote in the voluntary transfers that occur 15 days before the start of school, before the school year and until the end of the school year shall happen once the position being vacated has been filled for a duration of no more than 4 weeks. This 4-week time period could be adjusted in consultation with the educator, current and receiving supervisor, and the approval from Chief of Human Resources and President of the association. So basically, it sets a no more than 30-day notice, which we talked about it when we talked about Article 12.2. The 30-day notice is the required notice for an educator to give a school district if they are going to resign their position from the school district. I think, Matt, that's what you were talking about, correct?
Yeah, I would propose an option similar to what's been identified in the chat for dealing with the 24.4 issue.
So would that be, may I put it in chart language unless Jim just wants to copy paste the whole thing? A 30-day notice to start the leave. Is that kind of what you were talking about?
That's correct, Mr. Lockley. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Chris. Okay. Bo.
Yes.
An option, please.
Pass.
Heather Espinoza. Thank you, Deborah. Passing. Oh, no, you got your mouth full. Okay, got it.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Actually, I will pass for the moment. Sorry.
Okay, sounds good. Shelley.
Just for the sake of having more than one option, I'm going to say a 20-day notice.
Okay. Teresa.
I'm going to pass.
You know, turning that button on and off is a lot of work just to pass, isn't it? Allison.
I will say a 2-week notice.
Linda.
I just have a clarifying question. When we talk about days, are we talking about work days or calendar days?
If we were just talking about the 12.2 or 12 point, my brain just skipped the language that I just pasted. Those would be, that's 4, we actually use the word 4 weeks, defined as just calendar weeks.
So Linda, do you have an option? Oh, sorry.
I'll just clarify mine. When I was thinking 20 days, I'm thinking like calendar days, not like work days.
Yes.
Thanks, Linda. Sandy.
I want to add one thing to story.
Okay.
Which is that the 7 people that this has been an issue for whom this has been an issue is 0.3% of the 2,500 certified staff covered under master agreement. Mila, did you want to?
I just have a clarifying question. Where did you come up with 7 people?
Because you said it says you had 15% applied on or after the first day of school.
Oh, right.
15% is about 7 people out of the 62.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Okay, say it again, Sandy, so Jim can get it in there.
So those 7 people is 0.3% of all of certified staff who fall under the master agreement.
0.7?
0.3%. And then my option, sorry, are you ready? My option.
Let's get down
is-
to it.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Leave the language as it stands.
Okay. Mila.
My option is represented there.
All right, Matt. Okay, Ian.
I propose a expedited process with the consultation of the educator, current supervisor, and the approval of chief of HR and president of the association.
Okay. All right, Kristen.
Pass.
Okay. Oh, I heard you that time, Kristen. Good. Kathy.
Pass.
Okay, thank you. Laura Mitchell.
Pass.
Marty.
Pass.
Dave. Laura Lockley, or Laura Leppy, sorry.
Sweet, I got married down here in Florida.
It's getting late, guys.
No worries. I want an option, but I don't know what that option. I don't know what I want that option to be. So I'm gonna pass for the moment and process.
All right, Nancy.
Sandy, do you have a question? I'm sorry.
Oh, Sandy's question. Yes, thank you, Sandy.
I wanted to ask Ian, what do you mean by expedited process? You mean expedited process of if that person gives really short notice, or what do you mean?
Sorry, I should clarify. Yes, if we are going to put a time limit on that leave, it could be expedited in consultation with such.
Oh, okay. Like on a case-by-case basis, if the person, is that kind of what you mean?
Yes, let me adjust to add in the case there is a time stipulation.
And you want that at the end?
Are you going?
Ian,
Are you going to add that, Ian?
Yeah, he is. He's adding it as you speak.
Yeah, got it.
Ian, can I ask a little further clarification on that? Do you mean like if somebody had the opportunity of a lifetime, but they had missed the 30-day cutoff, there could be some kind of like an appeals process? Or is it just expediting the approval of the leave?
I believe it would just, I'm just borrowing language from the 12.2. I think we should have that option available if we are to put a deadline on that time at all. 30-day, 20-day, 15, what it may be. I believe there should be that option for an expedited process, kind of an agreed upon mutual consent there.
Good questions, and thanks, Ian, for clarifying. Nancy. option.
That was kind of what I was going to ask, is if, Ian, if you're talking about that last sentence that's in the other one, that in conjunction together, they could figure that out. Okay, then mine's up there. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Dorman.
I had a similar idea to Ian, to shorten the, if the group would agree to a time frame for a notice, but I would I would just have it be the president of DTA and HR.
Okay, Heather Gracious.
Mine's there. Thank you.
You bet. Chris.
Yeah, but nothing to add.
Thanks. Bo.
Same.
Heather Espinoza. Deborah.
I think mine is represented.
Okay, thank you. Shelley.
Pass.
Teresa.
Mine has been represented.
Thank you. Allison.
Pass.
Linda.
Pass.
Sandy.
Pass.
Mila.
I'd like to just rephrase.
Oop, you just muted yourself, Mila.
How long have we been doing this?
Yeah.
I'm just going to copy paste Ian's and just use the word adjustment rather than expedited process,
Okay.
just to match what we have in the other language.
I'll give you a second to do that.
And then for exceptional circumstances, that's some language we use in another agreement, but
Okay. Thank you, Mila. Matt. Ian. Okay. Kristen.
Pass.
Good, I can hear Kristen now. Kathy.
Pass.
Laura Mitchell.
Pass.
Thanks. Marty.
Pass.
Dave. Laura Leppy.
Pass.
Nancy.
I just have a question. Do we know whether these 7 people or any of the others, whether these are other employment at different school districts or going to a totally different field in general? I mean, to me, that makes a difference in how long a notice.
I don't know.
Okay, thanks. Then I'll pass.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Dorman.
Pass.
Does anybody have any other options? Please raise your hand. All right then. Seeing none and knowing that you can add to story interests and options in your straw design, are we ready to go to straw design? Kathy.
I just have a question before straw design. So looking at the interests of a less disruptive process, what does lowering the time amount for notice do to the disruption factor? Like, does it help? Does it make it worse? I don't have a good sense, since I don't do hiring, to know what that would do.
Dave or Mila? Mila, go ahead.
When you give at least 30 days notice, for example, much like in the conversations we had in Article 12, you allow time for posting, for the hiring process to occur, and for the selection to be made, and then have the new person on board. And you don't have a lot of time with a sub or with the position unfilled. So 30 days tends to allow for a better fill process. And then 30 days before a term starts generally will put you into a more favorable hiring pool. So if if somebody is resigning, as 61% of these people did in the month of July and August, your hiring pool is very skinny at that point, and it's very difficult to find candidates to interview at all, much less really great ones. So the more time you can give yourself, the more time you have to fill. And Dave, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Nothing except that right now there is no notice requirement in the language. So what we're doing is not lowering, we're increasing the required time to give people. So I think, I'm not sure if you understood what we were doing, Kathy. Theoretically, it could start tomorrow if I were to apply for it, whereas this would make me give 30 days notice, or 20 days or 25 days or whatever we end up landing on.
Thanks. I was actually reading it and I was thinking, well, what does keeping it the same mean? Because I just couldn't. So thank you for all of that.
Chris.
My question to Dave, Jim, and perhaps the whole group is whether we can forego straw design. It just doesn't feel like we have a lot of options. I don't think this is rocket science in terms of complexity, and I would move that the full IBS team try to develop a straw design or a final solution without going into straw design groups.
We can do that, Chris, and then if we run into problems doing that, we can always break into straw design out of it. That would work. I don't have a problem with that. Jim, what about you?
No, how are we going to do it?
That's a good question. Well, let me offer a suggestion here, since you have done similar language like Matt said in, what is it, 12, whatever it is,
12.2, I believe.
12.2, I think it was. I'm wondering if you can take a look at that and possibly develop something out of that. Dave, you have your mic on, or did you have something, or you forget to shut it off? Okay, go ahead.
My process when we go into these straw design is I like to toss something on a piece of paper. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm thinking. And I had done that based on what I'd kind of heard this group talk about. And I could put that in the chat or put it in the document as a starting spot for people to react to.
Dave, why don't you do that and market straw design, just market straw design. And then if we get more than one, we'll put straw design 1, 2, whatever on down there. So if you want to do that. Laura Mitchell, your hand's up.
Dave, will you put it in the document?
I will. Yeah. I just had it ready to go in the chat. So I'm working on it now.
Thanks. Laura Mitchell.
This is a question. And based on the numbers that Mila put in there, that 77% do not return to the district, but you're supposed to be able to return back to your school and even your position. I guess my question is, do you generally go out and hire a permanent employee to backfill this person? Or do you hire someone temporarily to, like a long-term sub? And but then they never come back. 77% of the time they don't come back. So how does that work?
I'll let Marty answer that.
Yeah, go ahead, Marty.
Well, I hope I don't screw it up now, Milo, so let me know if I do. It's part of the compounding problem for me with this is that you need to post it as a temporary position, which decreases your pool or the quality of your pool further. And then because such a large percent of them don't come back, you're in the hiring process again. And depending on when the timing of that is, that can be all the way up until when they originally took the leave. So you could be in that poor hiring position again the next fall. So you have 2 seasons, like 2 years of crappy prospects, if that's a term.
Mila, did you have anything to add to that? Okay.
You said
Thank
it well.
you. Thank you, Marty. Laura, did that answer your question?
It does, but it makes me more complicated. To me, it seems like we're addressing the easier part of the equation. It's dealing with somebody leaving temporarily, but them not coming back seems like almost a bigger impact.
Okay. So I want you to look at what Dave wrote, put under straw design 24.4.4. Take a look at it and see if there's anything you need to add. See if you like it. Keep in mind it's straw design, so it's up to you to tear it apart and fix it.
And the social studies teacher wrote it.
Dorman.
I would be more comfortable with the appeals process, just including the president of DTA and the human resources. The teacher can be consulted by the DTA president, and the supervisor can be consulted with from the HR. It's so few people. We're dealing with small numbers, and it would be such a rare administrator as well. But I would just be concerned about a conflict at the teacher principal level, and that's why it has to be elevated. And I mean, it'd be a rare instance where that would happen, but since that little clause is for an extraordinary event between these 7 people, so it's 7 people, and it's most likely not going to happen. I'd just be more comfortable with that is all.
And Mila, you just added something. Do you want to explain it?
Yeah, I was just wordsmithing because we had this vague language about in the event there is a timeline, and it's like Dave's, this proposal is there's a timeline, it's 30 days. So I was sort of replacing those nebulous timelines with just a 30 days, trying to make it make more sense.
Thank you, Dave.
So I hear what Dorman's saying, and then part of me, when I was kind of in my head trying to think through this space, and as I've been trying to think through this space, one of the things that I don't want this language to do is create a situation where the educator who does want to returns in a place that is not where they've left on bad terms. And if there's unresolved issues because the educator wanted to leave less than 30 days, came to Mila and me, we approved it, but the principal was cut out of it. I'm just afraid if that conversation isn't had first with the principal and with the educator, that creates a bad return, and actually would decrease the likelihood that they would return at all. And so I think that keeping the language similar to the involuntary transfer language keeps us similar in the contract and also helps set up a better return for folks on the backside. Because that's my interest is, and maybe I should have put this up there, Jim, if you want to add this for me, is I want a process that preserves as many of our educators returning and staying with us for the long term.
And how and where do you want to put that in, Dave?
What I just said?
Yeah.
As an interest, Tim's working on it right now.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. Oh, I'm in the wrong price. That's why. I thought, Dave, you wanted it in the language that was down below. Sorry.
Milo doesn't like it when we get all flowery in our language and start adding emotions in there.
All right, folks, look at oh, Nancy.
Yeah, I would just add after the word leave, it should be leave of absence or leave for other employment. So we're consistent within the rest of the.
Yeah, I thought about that, but I was trying to read and maybe this is just a different editorial for later. I was trying to look at what our other leave documents say, and they don't, after the initial title, they don't usually spell out the name of the leave. They just talk about the leave inside of it. But I don't really care, to be honest.
Yeah, all the rest of the part of that article has either leave of absence or leave for other employment.
Yeah, in that one, I'm just saying like in the other leave document, the other leaves. But like I said, I don't care. I'm good with whatever.
All right. Yeah, I would say put it in, Jim, and then they can discuss it. Anything else that you want to add to this? How does it look? Any other discussion around it?
Seems like we need to add an and before HR in that next to last line.
Okay.
And then Dave, I think your suggestion was that you would add it, I think is what you said. So maybe in that first introductory phrase, it's an application for a leave of absence for other employment would be the additional language we put in aligned with your suggestion.
Okay. What else? You guys are getting close, but you're also looking kind of tired.
Is that human resources? Anybody in human resources? Do you want to be the chief of human resources?
Really shouldn't Milo would love to designate some other person to deal with it.
Yeah. Ian, your hands up, sir.
Yeah, I'm also curious, Dave, are you proposing 24.4.4 in the current contract?
It would just insert after the things that are currently listed there. So it would bump the current one to be 24.5, not replacing anything, just insert in that location.
Deborah.
So I guess I just have a question or a concern. If we were in our small groups, I guess I'd have to ask, how is this addressing, and maybe this is what somebody already brought up, but how is this addressing the need of it happening after school started? How is this dealing? I get where it's addressing, on the one hand, it's making it easier to get someone for the position. I guess the bottom line is I'm not comfortable with changing the language for 7 people. And I'm not quite sure if this is really addressing a large portion of the need. I see it addressing part of it, but I don't know that it's addressing after school starts. Yeah, sorry. Processing out loud, which I guess I would do if we were in small groups.
Yep.
So
it's fine. No problem. Marty.
Deborah, I hear what you're saying. I sort of feel like we're in this space because we're trying to serve the other interests as well, and that we want to maintain the possibility that a leave like this could be taken at any time, and just providing some safeguards that would protect us as well.
Chris.
Yeah, so my thinking about some of the quantity pieces that have been raised, we've got a number of leave provisions in the contract for exchange teachers, for teachers who serve in military leave, for teachers who might be elected into elected office. And the numbers are really small and often close to zero in my experience. But yet I think the reason they're in the master agreement is that when those situations do occur, even if they're not huge quantities, they can be really challenging to work through without some language in the agreement. So whether it's 7 or 10 or 1, and when it comes to people elected into public office, I can think of Drew Clark way back when, my old math teacher, who I think's in that spot. I don't know that we've had a lot since
I'm sorry.
Drew.
Did you say Drew is your math teacher?
Uh-huh.
He was my math teacher too at Horizon.
He had a very long tenure in Adams 12. But I do think there's some benefit, even if we don't have large numbers, just to have clarity for situations so we can use time efficiently for principals, the affected staff member, HR, and for the association president. So that's my thought there. The 30-day piece, regardless of when it may come into being, a part that was persuasive for me was Dave raising in a prior discussion around leave, the part in statute that really allows people to go at whatever time they want to, need to during the course of a school year, so long as they give us 30 days notice. And so having a 30-day prior notice piece seems to fit well with that statute and some of the timing that can come into being during the course of the year. So those are just some thoughts about why I think solving it in a manner similar to what's currently on the paper makes some sense to me.
Dave.
One thing that is interesting watching negotiations either here or in other places, so often, whether it's something the association brings up or something that the district brings up, it's oftentimes because of the minority of people. It's the bad principal. It's the teacher who made it, messed it up for everybody. It's always oftentimes is the harder things to deal with are the ones where it's the one-off case. And I know I've sat here and said things to our principal colleagues that sounded something like, I know you guys are great principals, but that's not, and you would never do these things, but that's not always how it's done in every building across the system. I know I wouldn't ever leave my building high and dry by walking out the next door on a leave. But the fact of the reality is that it has happened. And so because it has happened and could happen, it is the kind of thing that is worthy of our discussion. Regardless of the solution we come up with, it's worthy of the conversation to address because it's a pain point for all of us. And at the end of the day, if it's a pain point for us, it means it's a pain point for kiddos. And to me, that's the compelling reason to address it in whatever fashion we end up deciding in.
Any other discussion on this? Marty.
I just think too, and when Davis said those things to me, what helps, lots of times initially I'm like, well, that's a dumb reason, Dave. But when I think about it, it's by having this discussion, we're coming up with a compromise that won't cause this to be a larger problem later. If we have lots of bad experiences with this benefit, there's going to be more and more of, my colleagues who won't want to have this benefit at all. And the more that we address it and make it workable for everybody, I think the longer we can have momentum behind having this benefit, which I think is a valuable one. So that's the perspective I try to take too. Like the longer that we can have, like the more we can fix policy to work for everybody, the more likely you are to preserve the things that people value.
Dave.
Sorry, I just forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, sounds good. Any other discussion around this? Because I'm going to see where you are here in just a second, if there isn't any other discussion.
Dave, sorry, I do have something to say now.
Okay.
I wonder, because we didn't do straw design and we haven't had as much processing time, and it's kind of getting late, to give this, move this thumbs up on this to our next session, just to give people some think time. I hate I hate presenting and voting in the same breath.
That sounds good. I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding yes here. So does that work for folks? So bring this back the next time. In the meantime, look at it to see if there's changes, anything you want to add, take away, whatever in that line. And I'm not trying to rush your process. It's your process. So I think that's a great suggestion, Dave. I am going to take a thumbs up though on moving it to the next one just to see where everybody's at. Let me see show of thumbs on that. All right, so we're going to move this to the next meeting. Mila, let's put it up toward the front so we can get this one off the table and go from there. It's 8:09 right now. Is there anything else for the good of the order, or are you ready to move forward?
One more.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I hope easy thing.
All
And
right.
that is Article 31, term of the agreement.
Right.
Dave asked me if I would look at this.
All right.
But he and I do agree that we should probably look at Article 31, term of the agreement. I don't have a document prepared for that.
Okay.
But that is, Dave, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so we have been maintaining a rolling expiration date to the agreement for quite a bit of time, since 1993, actually. This, according to the document anyways, this rolling number. And I would like to see if we would be willing to extend it out to maintain another year of the current agreement.
Discussion on that. Chris.
I support that idea. I'm also looking at the master agreement, which is something I don't often do in these sessions. I just note the language it talks about reopening Appendix A, B, C, or F, plus any 3 articles selected by each side. I know that's a little bit of a similar issue to what we're working around in terms of negotiation structure and using IBS. But I wonder if there's more nuanced language that we need to have that just clarifies our past practice for like the last 7 or 8 years, that we'd extend this contract to July 31st, 2026. But as we do that and as we continue IBS, we wouldn't have limitations on reopeners for each side, because I think we've been fairly broad in terms of that approach over past years. Maybe we've already got that addressed elsewhere in MOAs or how we've dealt with this issue, but just wanted to toss that out for consideration.
Yeah, good point. So my process was thinking when we did, there's several places that actually talk about negotiations in different form and different articles. Our practice has been with the negotiations article suspended, that we just continue the space that we're in right now. And then with the recommendation of the team doing the IBS deep dive into the contract, that we would address that and several other spots, so that we reflect whatever we do in Article 4 is replicated throughout the agreement.
All right. Any other discussion? And I assume you want thumbs on this, right?
Yeah,
so Dave, I'm
the date 1 year.
Yeah, so extending the date 1 year is what you're looking at, and continuing with the language that Chris just spoke about, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, does everybody understand what you're voting on here? Let me see your thumbs. All right, you have consensus.
Well, Chris, you know, if you're just going to be here forever, then why don't we just say we're extending it forever?
Or as long as, yeah.
Yeah. Eventually my time here will come to an end, and some will probably be dancing in the streets when that day comes. So thanks, Andy, but I think having some time parameters will probably be the best path forward.
All right, Mila, anything else, Dave?
I think you all have done admirably well, and a personal best 4 T8 items and a bunch of new language to percolate on. Well done.
Mila, is that going to be your checkout then?
That's my checkout.
All right, so we're going to Matt next.
Hey, Dave, can I ask a quick question?
Sure, go ahead. Yep, please.
So on the agenda has, gosh, this is the most questions and stuff I've asked in eons here. 24.2, it says parental leave if time. So could Mila or Dave talk about what plans or expectations you'd have about that item for Thursday night?
Thank you, Chris. My Dave and I had discussed in advance that we really thought it very unlikely that we were going to have time for that. And so I have withdrawn that from this year's agenda and would propose to revisit it next year. Recall that that's the one where we had exactly one person who wanted to take parental leave without first taking FMLA. And Chris, you were absent for that conversation, but when you talk about numbers of people impacted, we've had one concern with that. Language is not clear, but let's postpone it to next year would be my proposal. And Dave and I will revisit our agenda for next year's topics and consider whether we want to include that one or not.
Especially with the issue being just lack of clarity versus an actual process problem. Our process is in compliance with the law, and with the language, it's just a matter of if you were just pulling out the book and reading it, it's not as clear. So it's really more of a clarity component, and so not something that's high on the burning list.
Does that work, Chris? Is that all right? All right. Any other questions before I move to Matt and continue the checkout? All right, Matt, you're on.
Solid work tonight, folks. Plugging through the fun language stuff. So it's starting to feel like we're getting close. So that's awesome. Have a good night, you guys. We'll see you soon.
Ian.
Not much to add to that. Another great night. Appreciate being part of the group and working together here.
Kristen. Can't hear you, Kristen. I'll try. Bye, she says. All right, thanks, Kristen. Kathy.
Very productive. Thank you, everybody.
Laura Mitchell.
My computer or network or something does not like the rain. That's all I can say. But it was a great night, and I made it through all the way till the very end. So I appreciate everybody's work. Good discussions.
Marty.
Best job ever. Thank you.
Dave.
Super productive day. And I know that it seemed like a small thing right at the beginning, but transitioning our language from gendered to non-gendered and moving from teacher to educator really is going to make a difference to the inclusivity of our contract and of our district. So it may seem small, but it's really actually a big thing. So thank you.
Laura Leppy.
I agree with that, Dave. I appreciate all of you letting me pop in and out and echo and watch sunsets and do whatever it is that I was doing tonight. So I love it. I really enjoyed listening to all the conversations, and I love the work that we did and the work that we do and the work that we're going to do. And I second the Sandy thing. And Chris, you're staying forever. Sorry, buddy. Find that fountain of youth. Stay on, stay here.
Nancy.
As I said last time, I take a lot of notes, and I love writing the word consensus, and I got to do it 4 times tonight. Good work.
Norman.
Good night, everyone.
Heather Gracious.
Super productive. Thanks to all of you.
Chris.
We're heading into the home stretch, doing great work together. Thanks, everybody.
Bo.
Just want to reiterate the appreciation. I can see some heaviness in the room as we near the finish line. Hang in there. You guys have done great work. I'm reminded of one of my favorite lines from Raiders in the Lost Ark. It's not the year, it's the mileage. And that's the effect of this year, but we'll get through it. Hang in there. You guys do great work, and there's a lot of young people that benefit from it every day. So know that. Thank you.
Heather Espinoza.
My expectation at the beginning was for us to be productive, and we were. So nice job, everyone. Have a good night.
Deborah.
Yeah, it was a great night. Thank you to everyone who wished us happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Please know that we couldn't do it without all of you, that all of our heavy lifting was met or surpassed in a lot of cases by the work that you guys do on your side. So we appreciate you, and thank you for our appreciation and for all the hard work tonight. Have a good one.
Shelley.
Good work. I think I noticed that Mondays feel easier than Thursdays.
Teresa.
I just admire the hard work of this group. I know tonight there were people celebrating a birthday, people that are tired, people that are traveling, but we all came together and it was a productive night. Thank you. Good night.
Allison.
You know, it's really fun to be on the dream team. Have a good night.
Linda.
I think I see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Sandy.
Kristen, I just want to say in my head, I imagine that you had the best checkout of anyone in the group. So that's what I'm hearing in my head, because you never get to check out. I'm so sorry. But yeah, as always, very grateful for this group, grateful for the conversation. These nights always make my head hurt, but in a good way, because we're solving the good problems. So thanks, everybody.
Jim.
Thanks to all of you for the things you do for the children of your district. A special thanks for Mila and Dave for organizing the work tonight, getting it laid out. Went very well. I appreciate your work. And Dave, a great way to celebrate a birthday.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. My checkout is this is the biggest birthday party I've ever had. So that's it's great. You guys did great work tonight. Thank you all very much. We'll see you on Thursday.